new piece of equipment arrived at my home yesterday. The doctor indicated yesterday that I can go home after day 70 on weekends. And he tried to say I couldn't go home this weekend because day 70 is Saturday. I miscalculated. Day 70 is Friday. I may be breaking doctor's orders.
Nice.
I mean, first off, what the hell is he going to do? And secondly, really?
Well, yeah, you showed up on a Friday.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go do my labs on Friday, providing nothing happens badly on my labs. I'm trying to get them moved up from 1 to like 10:30.
Well, that'd be awesome.
It would be fantastic.
You driving?
He did say yesterday, because I asked, like, what happens after day 90, when I go home, and I was just asking questions. And he goes, well, you can ease back into driving, start driving around the neighborhood first, make sure you're comfortable. And in my head, I'm going, I've been driving for 40 days, bro. I mean, right. I don't know what to tell you. I drive everywhere. It's driving. It's not difficult. But I get it. I mean, I'm sure people lose strength, and if they're having the GAI complications that a lot of people have, right. You could get in a spot where it could be true. I mean, I understand, but it's like, what do you say, Javier?
Just thought about that little Red Sox bit in the booth with the two actors from Rescue Me.
It's so good.
Javi, Hooby.
We got two.
We got two chews on this team.
There, Euclid throws the ball to a kid.
How's your father now, Mel?
What's Mel Gibson done?
Yeah.
I just think of Remy. Because as you know, I watched it live. Remy is leaning against the wall and he cannot speak.
No,
for a good 4 minutes, he's done. Useless.
And all he's doing is laughing, and they haven't turned his mic down. And they broke.
It's a great question, Cavanbaugh. It's a great question.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it.
Well, see, first off, I'm locked in a room during the week. If you think I'm not ready to do it, it's just how everybody feels. It's sponsorable.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day, tax day. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. I saw, based on a post on X, that you took in some of the play-in last night.
22 seconds of regulation and overtime. And I have to admit to everyone out there, what I watched was fantastic. I'm not kidding. It was wonderful. It was amazing. It is something that it takes this league 82 games to actually play a hard game of basketball. I don't know if I wish I would have watched more, because I don't feel like I was gypped out of anything, if you know what I mean. I was paying attention to the score. I saw that Bam got hurt. I saw how he got hurt. And I made an ice cream run. I came back from the ice cream run. Haagen-Dazs 2 for 1 right now, in case anybody was wondering. I went with a caramel-based ice cream. It was fantastic. And watched another episode of Landman. And when that finished, because I know it's on Paramount, but I get it through my Prime account. So I was on Prime, and right there when I, switched back to the main screen,
Right.
there was a
Yeah.
Heat Hornets graphic.
Right.
Live, watch now. And I said,
click here.
In your corner working for you.
Right.
And I switched over to it. And there were 22 seconds left in regulation, and the Miami Heat were up by 4 points.
Yeah.
And I said,
three
and I
chances
just said,
at
let's
the
go.
end.
Let's see what happens. And damned if the Hornets hit 2 threes.
Yes, they did.
I mean, Miami actually played, they contested them as well as they could.
Mhm.
They did everything right. They get the ball in up 1, and Hero dribbles for 6 seconds before they foul him.
Right.
So, I mean, they played the end of the game the correct way.
I just couldn't get a stop. Had 3 chances, needed 1 stop, couldn't get it. You're right. The Hornets hit a couple of the tying 3 was a heck of a shot. You don't see a lot of turnaround threes. So, in that sense, you tip your hat to them. And yeah, both playing games delivered. Imagine that. That product sells.
Absolutely. Everybody played. I mean, Bam didn't play because, David, I don't know if you're aware, but they had some extra help.
Sweep the leg. You have a
Yes. LaMelo Ball on his way down to the ground, and then he hits the ground and he grabs Bam Adebayo's lower right leg and causes him to fall. And it was a dirty play. It was. And he wasn't penalized in any way.
No,
no foul, no flagrant, no ejection, nothing. It was a dirty play. And the Heat played, what was that, early second quarter?
Late first, I believe.
Okay. And so, Heat played the rest of the game, as Spo said afterwards, without our best player. He said, that's not the reason we lost. We competed. We had plenty of chances to win. Couldn't make a play down the stretch. He said, credit the Hornets. The basketball was excellent from both teams. And so Hornets win. They live to play someone on Friday. They play the loser of tonight's Sixers Magic game to try to be the 8th seed. And the winner of tonight's Orlando Philly game is the 7th seed, and they'll play Boston. Meanwhile, out west, don't know how many of you stayed up. Probably not many. It was Phoenix, Portland, after all, also.
Those
Really
Portland
good game.
Unis or something. Those Portland Unis are bright.
Yes.
I mean, that looked like an NFL color rush game. That's what I thought I was watching last night.
With mustard and ketchup from St. Louis, Jameis.
Just ketchup. I mean, man, oh man, were those Portland uniforms bright.
But that Bucks-Rams game, we're always going to remember that one from St. Louis.
Yes.
Okay, late. I think it was the last, rush game that they ever played. And the Bucks were ketchup. There's no question. But Portland went on the road, hit a couple late shots. Devin Booker missed a 3 at the end. Portland, they're the 7th seed in the West. They get San Antonio. Think about how their season started. Do you remember their head coach was arrested by the FBI for a gambling sting? Remember that? That's how their season started 6 months ago. Now they're the 7th seed. People are like, the Blazers in the playoffs? That seems like that hasn't happened for a while. Charlotte and Portland?
Right, Charlotte, they showed a graphic. They haven't been in the playoffs since 2016.
Right.
I mean, it makes sense. They haven't been really a part of the league for a while. But, I mean, when you see it and see the numbers, it's like, damn.
I know. So
I
Charlotte,
do think LaMelo will be fined and maybe have to miss a game of the round for that. I think that'll be an after the fact fine and suspension.
I would
It'll be a fine for
shocked.
sure.
I'd be shocked if he got suspended. Shocked if he got suspended. I don't think Adam Silver is the Stones. Shocked.
Because he didn't just he didn't just grab the leg. I played that clip to be, funny, but that's what he did. He took his arm, swept his leg, and took him down. It's as dirty as it gets.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, that's a play that can hurt someone, and it did.
So I put it this way, David, if I was running the league, I'd suspend him again. I would.
Well, you and I are more David Stern than Adam Silver. Yes. David Stern. Oh, please. David Stern would suspend him for the play-in game coming up. I mean, he would. David Stern didn't care. He suspended players in conference finals for taking a step off the bench.
He tried to give it back to Miami by following Hero on the 3, and
Hero hit all 3.
Yes, he did.
He was nearly the hero.
Well done, you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So 2 play-in games last night that delivered. 2 play-in games tonight. Orlando at Philly. It's a battle of 8 versus 7. Winner plays Boston in a best of 7 first-round series. They'll enter the playoffs as the 7th seed. Loser hosts Charlotte Friday to be the 8th seed. Meanwhile, Golden State and the LA Clippers is an elimination game. That's a 9-10 battle. LA hosting Golden State. Losers out. Winner goes to Phoenix on Friday night to try to be the 8th seed and get eliminated quickly by Oklahoma City.
The NHL playoffs are getting closer to being set. They are in the East now after last night. Everything that happened, basically, you've got it set up. Tampa Bay will host.
Yes, they will.
As far as the biggest news, certainly from where we broadcast, obviously, that we're on in Tampa, the Lightning will now host the Canadiens.
Correct. And Boston is now the first wild card. With their win last night, they clinched that they will have more points than Ottawa. So that means Boston will play Buffalo and Ottawa will play Carolina. And then you've got the Keystone Series of the Penguins and the Flyers.
Of which Pittsburgh will host. They're tied in points, but Pittsburgh has one more win. Or has more regulation wins. I think they still have 1 game left, but neither here nor there. Doesn't matter what happens in that game. The Pens are going to host the first round. The West is still a mess. The Pacific Division, we have no idea who's going to finish where yet. Edmonton, they could win the division. I think they could still be 3rd, but the Kings lost last night, so it's a mess. That's all I can tell you. It's just a damn mess. Colorado's the 1. That's what we know.
And Utah's the first wild card. That we do know. So they'll play the winner of whoever wins that Pacific Division between Vegas, Edmonton, and Anaheim. It looks like it'll be Vegas. So it's a good draw for Utah. All right. Stay away from that other division till the conference finals. That's, who knows? I mean, I don't know if it'll be good for ratings, but
we'll say I went to the doc yesterday and I've been texting out kind of what's going on with me, and I hadn't sent an update in a while. And I've got a group of friends that are out west, and one of the guys is in Park City, Utah, and he just kind of responded and went quickly to sports, and he said mammoth fever out here. He said people are all in. Now, obviously,
awesome.
The Jazz were terrible, but I do think Salt Lake's a very underrated sports area.
Staggeringly
obviously,
underrated.
They've hosted an Olympics.
Right.
The Jazz have always drawn well and have an incredible fan base, although they're a lot more rotten than we give them credit for. They're downright mean and nasty. But the Mammoth have enjoyed great fan support this year and last, and that they made the playoffs. By the way, they have a phenomenal Zamboni, the mammoth Zamboni. I don't know if you saw the pictures. Excellent. Well done. It's the marketing guy in me. I can't ever stop, David. But
good unis, a good mascot. I mean, seriously, very marketable. But yeah, Salt Lake, a tremendously underrated market. Heck, Major League Baseball could end up there. Not out of the question. Did you see Vancouver? The mayor of Vancouver came out yesterday and said, we want a team.
Well, they don't have a hockey team. Don't know if you caught the Athletic article in which they ranked franchises by agents. Worst run franchise. I was looking for my team that I've rooted for my whole life to be on there the way things are going. Didn't get a vote. You know who got the majority of the votes? Vancouver.
Yeah.
And by all accounts, it's a great city, and it's just a poorly run NHL franchise. But now they want the MLB. Good luck. You ain't getting it. No way. I'd fall over.
Another city that's hosted an Olympics. Miller and Moulton. A lot to discuss. We've got 3 guests. It's a hump day. Thanks for being with us.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I don't know if it was exactly that way, Dad, but it was basically, the likelihood of upsets. And they gave Detroit the most, stars or whatever, if you will. And then they had sweeps out for the other ones. But it'll take you 30 seconds to read. The score doesn't write long pieces by any means.
Plus, also, if it was still the 80s and 90s, we would have the mindset of the 80s and 90s.
But that was still dirty. I mean, yeah, were there dirty plays in the 80s? Absolutely. But it was a harder brand of basketball. And I think it was a good, snarky quote. I have no problem with what you said. But my point is, if they would have done that, then someone would have kicked his ass.
Well,
he'd
exactly.
have been punished.
Yeah.
Like, think if he would have done that, just pick Boston, obviously Detroit, but let's just say he does that to, I don't know, Isaiah Dumars. Rick Mahorn's going to come and punch him in the mouth. It's a full-on brawl if you do that in the 80s. You do that to you think about doing that to Boston. If you did that to Bird, what you're dealing with. By the way, I did see the story. I just was scrolling yesterday, and Walton tells that famous story about all of the players going to the Dead show, and because they wanted to go, and I don't know if you've seen it. It's he goes, because he knew them all. And they set up a thing site because he had to explain to the Grateful Dead that these guys are icons in Boston. They can't just walk in. So he brought them all backstage, and they literally had met the band, and they had a side stage set up where no one could see the Celtics. It was all curtained off so they could watch the show. And as he's telling the story, and he goes, everybody we met at Larry Bird's house, and he had limos all set up for us. Well, he says everybody but Ainge, his wife, wouldn't let him go. That's the best part of it. Really, the whole thing's a great story, but thinking about that, and Ainge's wife wouldn't let him go to a Grateful Dead show. It says everything you need to know right there about Danny Ainge.
Yeah.
That and Walton says, and the band had coolers set up with our favorite beverages, like milk and soda.
Right.
Because apparently Larry, I don't know if he still does, Larry could throw them back. Larry Legend liked his beers. And good for him for doing it. I mean, not Wade Boggs, but
I love the stories from some of the good white players in the late 80s and 90s, and when they ended up playing either Bird or MJ. And Bird or MJ. And Barkley's the one telling all these stories, in which it'd be right before opening tip, and all of a sudden Bird would go, Chuck, who's guarding me? And Chuck's like, Marley. And Bird be like, you're guarding me with a white guy? uh,
20 years ago, EB.
yeah.
At least 20 years ago. When the Euro step came into the game, that rule completely changed.
Yeah. I think once Iverson came into being in the 2000s, 25 years they haven't called traveling. In the regular season, you can get 4, sometimes 5 steps.
Giannis, the one play that they show, there's a highlight where they show an 80s game and a guy catches the ball, takes, catch and step, and they call traveling as he's shooting. Then they show Giannis and he takes like 6.
Right.
And
so in the playoffs, they keep it to about 3 steps, but in the regular season, you can get 5.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting lineup, the starting 5 is a little more than 15 minutes away. Thanks for being with us here on this hump day, this tax day. Hope you all, got everything in. Hope many of you are getting refunds. That'd be awesome. All right. Don't know how often we all get those, but I was told we're getting one this year. I'm like, wait a minute. We haven't got one this decade. They're like, no, you're getting money back this year. I'm like, what?
It's such a con that you said, hope you're getting a refund. And you're right, David. I'm not wishing for anybody to pay, but it's like you pay all year. You pay on everything. You pay sales tax. You pay your taxes. You pay. And they've conned you into this story that if they give you a little bit of money back, you should be jumping up and down.
Mark, it's free T-shirts at the game. Hello.
I know, but it's a great con they pulled. That's all I am saying. It's your money. You're the one that paid it. You just paid too much.
We all know that, Mark. We really do. We know how the system works. Okay,
well, I
do. But we still
understand, but we don't talk about it that way. We talk about it as this glorious oh my goodness, I got a refund. No, you paid too much.
You okay?
I'm fine. It's just a bad system. That's all. It's a bad system. And I guess what the problem, David, is, and it shouldn't be a problem. There is a decent chance that for the first time since late January that I could spend this weekend at home. And I'm very excited about it. I've not slept in my own bed since late January. I've not seen my home since late January. And yesterday I am talking to my wife and daughter. And I know my daughter's got a lot of stuff going on, and particularly this weekend. She's got a birthday party. She's got a sleepover. She's got this, she's got that. Right. And that's okay. Because to be honest, there was part of me going, daughter's going to be gone, kind of date night with the wife. This will work out well. You know, you've been gone a long time. When my wife told me, and I quote, I don't know if you're aware, but the NCAA gymnastics is on this weekend. So don't think you're coming back in this house and just taking the televisions over.
I mean, it'll be good to see it all, but it's going to see you on our terms.
I literally said, I said, do you guys want me to come home? I can just stay here.
Oh, look at you. Little passive aggressive, laying the guilt. Nice. Well played. Well played. That Catholicism in you came out there. Well
Damn
done.
Right, it did. Don't let me near that place this weekend. I have certain places I still can't go, and that's one of them. And it's probably a good thing.
Oh my goodness, you get to play that card too, and the wife can't do anything about it. Oh,
not a damn thing for another 3 months, David. For another 3 months, and don't think I won't use it.
I was going to say that is going to frost her.
All right, there are a couple things before we get back to sports that are lined up for poll questions today. Lined up. It's National Banana Day. Now, I think most people love bananas, but my daughter doesn't, which doesn't make any sense because, well, she likes banana bread. There's something else with bananas she likes, but yet she won't eat a banana. Makes no sense to me. But it's National Spiral Ham Day, which just makes me think of you and Christmas working for Waterman Broadcasting. But more importantly, today, David, I think in 1955, and I don't have the year in front of me, that's on me, Ray Kroc opened his first franchise in Illinois of McDonald's. Obviously, it started out in California. You all know the story by now. If you don't, watch the movie. The first franchise McDonald's was open today. Today is considered McDonald's Day of all these stupid holidays.
Huh.
And David, there is nothing more in your wheelhouse of all the fast food places. Come on. The gold standard is the Golden Arches.
Yeah.
And I know what you would pick, but to me, it leads to a very simple poll question. Big Mac, quarter pounder with cheese, fries. What's the one thing you would pick? And the McFlurry McCheen will be broken, so you can't go with that. But, you could go worst McDonald's item ever.
Oh, that's the McRib.
Shamrock Shake.
It's close. It's close. Really bad.
The apple pie that we have all singed the roof of our mouths on at least 600 times as a child.
Yes, if you can just bite that corner. You just need to nip it in the corner and just let it air out for 2 minutes. Otherwise, yes, my goodness, 400 degrees.
But, the nugget. I mean, McDonald's is responsible largely for whether it's chicken fingers or chicken nuggets, basically what your children have eaten their whole life. No one had. I mean, David, did you ever have a nugget before McDonald's had, originally, I think it was the 6-piece. And then all of a sudden, you've got a 20-piece out there.
Right. Yeah. Back in the day, I think, was it like 6 and 10? Okay.
And I don't even know if it was 10 off the hop.
And then now we're at 10 and 20.
So this is where I'm going to rely on you. For me, it would be between the quarter pounder and the double cheeseburger. Those were my two go-to sandwiches when I still had fast food as part of my diet. But we could go with best McDonald's and worst McDonald's. We could have them both up there. I have no problem with that. But this, my friend, is your wheelhouse. And if you don't go get a number 2 after the show, I'll be a little disappointed.
Well, now I will. I haven't been in a while. So now that it's McDonald's Day, because here's the other thing. Don't they have to have a special of some kind today? Don't they have to make this day a thing? No,
That's interesting. I mean, go back to 15-cent cheeseburgers? They'd get eaten out of house and home.
no, but just something. I mean, I don't know, $1 off everything. I don't know. Put one item, be BOGO or buy one, get one for $1. Just, something. Hey, it's McDonald's Day. And when people ask what's going on, well, 70 years ago, first franchise.
I don't have the app, but I bet you there's something on there.
No.
The fish fillet sandwich. My wife actually liked that. She's the only person that I know in the history of Earth that liked the fish fillet sandwich.
I think my mother's with her.
Really?
Yeah, on Fridays. I know my mom pretends to be a Catholic still on Fridays. Actually, that's not true. She's going to church a lot now, and she's probably listening. So, Mom, don't be mad at me. I need you to look up on the app. Is there any specials today?
Your mom has the McDonald's app.
Oh, my goodness. She
And
ordered
you don't.
all of them. Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, she's got them all. She orders on them.
Well, that's the point of the app. Yes. I mean, that's where all the discounts are these days. It doesn't
Apparently
matter
so.
what the place is.
Right. I know. Meanwhile, I get mad when you pull into the drive-thru and they go, you should use the app today. No. And they're like, okay, go ahead with your order. Okay, now I've just started saying hell no. Okay.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A here, because I will do a cookies and cream milkshake. It's delightful. They have 2 lines. They have the line for you. And then they have the line that basically says, did you order through the app? And you skip all the cars. And then I noticed one car the other day didn't order on the app and went through the line, and they were very confused, but they tried to cheat and they made him wait. I was like, that's my place right here. That's why you guys are the best at this.
Right. Okay, you can't con us. Okay. We factored you into this equation when we were training.
So it's McDonald's Day. We'll get 4 items up for David as a poll question. Sure, we can come up with a sports question. Did you watch the play-in game? Are you going to watch the play-in games? Miami last night, Orlando tonight. Rays won. They're in first place now, for crying out loud. The Miami Marlins blew a game last night against Atlanta and lost.
I did.
So, yeah, the big dumper can't hit.
Neither can Francisco Lindor. So, although he homered last night.
But we'll catch you up on all the baseball. It is the baseball hour after all, and it's McDonald's Day. How about that?
Damn.
The starting 5 on the other side. Thank you so much for joining us on a hump day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea, and by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They certainly seem to be, Empire. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. Now, the Mets can't beat anybody right now, but they're beating everybody's ass, aren't they? Being Empire, the Padres have the second best record in baseball. They're 2 back of the Dodgers. Yes, they are, DC. Wow, it's funny you say that. I was thinking the same thing this morning when I was going through scores and just looking at highlights and what have you. The irony, I mean, they're the second highest scoring team in the American League. And I'm not expecting anybody else, but the highest scoring team in the American League is the Astros. They're in last place. Now, they're only 2.5 games back at 7-11, but they've given up 113 runs. The next closest in the American League is 89. Well, not right now. I've not stayed anywhere but the hospital or the Hope Lodge or a hotel since January the 29th, I believe, is when this whole adventure started. But yes, if I get permission over the course of the next couple weekends, I will get to go home on the weekend because I do not have any labs or doctor's appointments. It all depends. Like if my labs go well Friday, whether they let me go home or not, I probably am. because they won't know, to be brutally honest, that I'm not here. Paul, I'm a little worried about your up north folk there, man. It's ugly. Talked to my friend in Traverse City and another guy in Harbor Springs yesterday. It is ugly up there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Got a jam-packed show. Seth Everett's going to join us. Kyle Youmans covers the Cowboys. They've got 2 first-round picks, 12 and 20. Lots of talk that they want to trade up. And Jake Chapman, radio voice of the Magic, radio voice of the Orlando Magic. They've got a play-in game tonight. Chance to be the 7 seed. They're in Philly. We'll see who plays for the Sixers. It's always seemingly a game-time decision. But that's who's on the show this Hump Day edition coming up. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Brought to you by Lee County, Florida. One of the 5 fastest growing counties in Florida. Lee County, building a better community through BST, business, sports, and tourism. NBA play-in delivered last night. 2 terrific games. Heat and Hornets went overtime. Miami had late leads in both. Couldn't get stops when they needed. LaMelo Ball's layup with less than 5 seconds to go was the difference. 127-126 Hornets in overtime. Heat eliminated. Charlotte will go on the road and face the loser of tonight's Orlando-Philadelphia game for the 8th seed on Friday. LaMelo Ball, 30 points, 10 assists. Also involved in the most controversial play of the game, in which he leg whipped. But he didn't use his leg, but he did it with his arm. And it hurt Bam Adebayo. He fell to the floor, didn't return to the game early in the game. Eric Spoelstra, after the game, said, listen, we competed. We had plenty of chances to win, but that was a dirty play, and he should have been ejected.
No doubt. There is no doubt, David. It was a flat-out dirty play. You know, it's funny. He had the dirty play, then he had the foul on Hero, and then the steal that happened that got Miami back in it. LaMelo had with 30, he had some big moments the other way, if you know what I mean.
Yes, he did.
But then he had the shot that put him ahead, and that was an unbelievable block by Bridges to win the game as well. It really was.
127-126 Hornets. Heat season is over. Meanwhile, out west, the Portland Trailblazers are the 7 seed. They went to Phoenix and beat the Suns 114-110. All right. Denny Avdija with 41 points and 12 assists. Portland out 3 the Suns 17-9. Jalen Green at 35 in the loss. Blazers are the 7 seed. They'll get San Antonio. Suns will host the winner of tonight's Golden State LA Clippers game in LA. Winner goes to Phoenix on Friday to try to be the 8th seed in the Western Conference playoffs. NHL. By way of Philadelphia's 4-2 win over Montreal, the final game for both in this regular season, that means the Tampa Bay Lightning finished in 2nd place in the division, no matter what they do in their final game of the year tonight. Lightning and Montreal are tied. Montreal season is over. Tampa Bay has more regulation wins, therefore they own the tiebreaker. So the Lightning and Canadians will play in the first round of the playoffs with Tampa Bay having home ice. In fact, the entire Eastern Conference playoffs are now set. Boston, by way of their 4-0 win over New Jersey, clinched the first wild card spot. It'll be the Bruins and the Sabres in the first round of the playoffs, the old Adams division in play. Isn't it something that Lindy Ruff is the coach of the Sabres all these years later when they return to prominence? Interesting. Washington beat Columbus 2-1. Ovechkin had a chance at an empty net goal in what many think is his final game, and he hit the post. He did not score in the Caps 2-1 win. The crowd in Columbus chanting one more year in the final minutes of the game. By the way, Rick Bowness.
I was going to say, you know who wasn't chanting that, David? It was
No.
Rick Bowness, the head coach. Those of you that don't know, and most of you don't, that is the head coach of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sorry to interrupt, David.
No, he took over near the midway point of the season, and they went 10-1 in his first 11 games, and they were very much in prime playoff position 3 weeks ago. They went 2-8-1 to end the season. And after the game last night, Columbus's final game of the regular season, okay, he went off. He said, these guys don't care.
Right.
Okay, the effort tonight was embarrassing. 3 hits. 3 hits and 23 giveaways. He goes, I don't care that we got eliminated from the playoffs. These guys don't care. They don't have pride. They don't want to compete. He goes, I don't know if I'm coming back, but if I do, there's going to be changes.
My favorite line of all of it, and it's a terrific tirade that he threw after the game. Some of those guys are so lucky the season's over and there's no practice tomorrow.
Carolina beat the Islanders 2-1. Carolina's going to play Ottawa in the first round of the playoffs. St. Louis rallied to beat Pittsburgh 7-5. The Penguins know it's them and the Flyers in the first round of the playoffs. Ah, that's sweet. That is sweet. Minnesota beat Anaheim 3-2. That's a big no points for the Ducks. They're in third place, tied with the LA Kings. Anaheim can finish anywhere from second in the division to being the second wild card. Speaking of the Kings, they left a point on the board. They lost to Vancouver in overtime 4-3. Right now, they are the second wild card. Okay, and they cannot be the first, but they're also tied for third place in the division. And it would be something if they finish third in the division. They'll probably play Edmonton for the 4th year in a row in the playoffs. Utah clinched the first wild card by beating Winnipeg 5-3. They'll likely play Vegas in the first round. And Colorado, Nathan McKinnon with an empty netter, his 53rd goal. Avs 3-1 over Calgary. Baseball. Marlins took a 5-3 lead in the 8th. Dominic Smith with a bases clearing double. Braves rally 6-5 Atlanta. Shane McClanahan gets his first win since 2023. He wasn't great, but he did enough in 5 innings. And the Rays bullpen held on. 8-5 Tampa Bay. They're in first. They've won 4 in a row. Angels hit 5 homers. 3 homers in the first. Mike Trout began the homer barrage. 7-1 LA over the Yankees. Twins have won 8 of 9. What is going on in Minneapolis? My goodness. All right, Byron Buxton with 2 homers. Minnesota 6-0 over Boston. Arizona 4 in the 5th beat the Orioles 4-3. Milwaukee's lost 6 in a row. Remember when they were 8-2? Toronto scored 1 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, 3 in the 10th. Beat Milwaukee 9-7. Tigers have won 4 in a row. They beat the Royals 2-1. Mets have lost 7 in a row. Dodgers beat them 2-1. Cubs with 4 in the 6th, 3 in the 9th, pull away from the Phillies 10-4. Reds only had 3 hits, but managed to beat the Cardinals anyway, 2-1. Nats cool off the Pirates 5-4. St. Louis in 10 innings. No one's going to the ball games, but the Cardinals are actually playing decently. They beat Cleveland 6-5. Houston snapped an 8-game skid over the Rockies 7-6. Padres have won 6 in a row, Mark, and 9 of 10, and yet they're still 2 games behind the Dodgers.
Right. Second best record in baseball.
Right. Get ready to be the 4 seed.
Exactly.
Yep. Padres 4-1 over the Mariners. A's 2-1 over Texas. NFL news, Diana Rossini resigned from The Athletic, released a blistering statement. I think there's more to this story, though. The Athletic's continuing their investigation, and B, haven't heard from Vrabel. And there's a lot of people that believe that Vrabel needs to speak not for himself and his standing with the organization, but for the locker room. That what he's been talking about for these last 15, 16 months on and off the field, that he needs to come clean to his team. We'll see what happens. One other NFL note, with the draft a week from tomorrow, the Giants' talks with Dexter Lawrence have hit an impasse after they were going well for 2 days. Lawrence has 2 years left at $20 million a year on his contract, but he has no more guaranteed money left on his contract. Well, that seems pretty easy to take care of. I mean, this seems easy to me. But I guess now Lawrence wants an extension, and I can see where the Giants are like, well, we can guarantee your money, and we could even throw you a little something, but we're not going to extend you. Not now. Maybe next year. College football. Iowa has to forfeit 4 wins from 2023 because they called Cade McNamara too many times. Apparently, they called him a day before they could talk to him legally. Excuse me.
Bless you.
And it cost them 4 wins in the 2023 season.
See what happens when you talk badly about Iowa? They make you sneeze.
Iowa spent 2.5 years fully cooperating with the NCAA, and this is what they get. And the NCAA wonders why certain schools don't cooperate at all.
Michigan.
Thank you. Did Michigan get this harsh a penalty?
No. The national championship.
The Tallahassee International Airport is now officially the Bobby Bowden Tallahassee International Airport.
Wait a minute. International?
Well,
I have no problem with it being the Bobby Bowden. The Tallahassee direct flights to where out of the country? Now I've got work to do.
Just there you go. Go to Expedia. Go find the one flight a day that.
Right, maybe the Bahamas on Friday. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Just all you need is one flight, and throw that international up there. And we didn't talk about this yesterday, and that's on us. But how about Wisconsin's athletic director, Chris McIntosh? He's bailing on Wisconsin to go work for the Big Ten in a newly created job about future strategy. I don't think that bodes well for the football coach's future. But that's just me. And there are reports that LIV is going under. LIV is expected to make an official announcement before the end of the week, but there are reports in the golf world that LIV is calling it quits. We'll see if those reports are true. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5, brought to you by Lee County, Florida. building a better community through that tried and true method of BST, business, sports, and tourism. And we thank
And
Lee
today
County
is their
for,
last day.
we thank Lee County for sponsoring the starting five. And obviously, plenty of opportunities available if you want to be a part of Miller and Moulton, and we could use it, to be quite honest with you.
Yes,
season-
we could.
Because season is over, and some people only advertise during season, which is understandable, but we're in 6 markets and 5 in Florida, and show's doing pretty well, is my understanding. So if you want to reach a nice audience, reach out to Miller and or Moulton. We know each other. We know people. We can get it done.
By the way, there are 0 international flights out of the Tallahassee airport. It does get the international name, however, because it can have international cargo flights and private jets can fly internationally from Tallahassee.
Okay.
So there you have it.
So
The Tallahassee International Airport is now the Bobby Bowden International Airport. Here on McDonald's Day, Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
EPA
sound.
Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's just wrong, umpire. I'm sorry. People that stick up for that league do it because they think they're right. They've got their head in the sand about a terrible league. And when you got to play 82 games before you actually try, I'm not in the first round's not good. It's just not good. I've said as long as I've done this show, the NBA playoffs do get better as the playoffs go on, but that's because the bad teams have no shot. It's a league not set up that way. I'm not going out in public. I appreciate it. I'm not going anywhere in public. I don't go anywhere. I wear a mask when I go out. I mean, you got to trust me. I'm doing everything that they're telling me to do. I appreciate the support, but trust me, I listen to my doctors. I wear a mask when I go out. I have been very cautious. There's a reason my health is going well. Oh, Wes, you're right. Well, I think the NHL should be. I don't like 5 in the NHL, and they're not going to do it for Gates. I mean, they make too much money. But, you'll be lucky to have. I'd be shocked if there's 2 series that go 7-game in the NBA. I probably can play post 90 days from what the doctor said. I did laugh. He's like, don't go out and play 18. You got to test your energy. I'm like, I'm walking 5 miles a day. I think I can play 18 holes in a cart, but I didn't say that.
Nope. The key, just you nod your head. Okay. All right.
Exactly.
Yep. Gotcha. You bet, Doc. Absolutely.
I haven't had the itch for a drink. I haven't had the itch to play golf. I just would like a weekend out of this effing place.
Sure.
I'd like to sleep in my own bed. Like to sit on my couch.
And
Those
watch
things sound
gymnastics.
well. Fortunately, the finals are at 4 p.m. So I don't know if there's afternoon hockey Saturday, but I can live with, basically the 3 hours that gymnastics will be on. She was very ticked because she didn't realize that we're already to the semis. They're tomorrow. I won't be there for that. 4:30 and 9.
Huh.
We did, Wes. They will make an announcement today. We don't know what said announcement is. Yeah, DT. I think he should be suspended, DTW. I do.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. It's not just tax day, it's apparently McDonald's day. Today's the anniversary of what? Their first franchise?
Ray Kroc's first franchise. Opened today. Give me a moment here, David. I should have had that up. 1955 in Des Plaines, Illinois.
Now, for the record, my mom went on the app and said there are no McDonald's Day specials, if you will. So there's nothing, they're not commemorating this day in any way. But we are, right? Poll question, favorite McDonald's food item?
Yeah. Well, and I need you to, I love that a couple people have sent to the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line that the fish fillet is the best sandwich. You are on an island, folks, and I love the island that you're on. I do, because that is like saying the NBA playoffs are the best playoffs of the 4 major sports. You are on a flippin' island. Okay. But you know what? It's your island.
Hey,
Just
your wife's,
make sure, because
wife
you know
is-
what that island is, David? That's Fantasy Island. There's our 40-year-old reference.
your wife's on that island. My mom's
She
on that
is.
island.
Fantasy
Okay.
Island. Exactly.
They are. Those are their food items of choice if they have to go to Mickey D's. But obviously, there's the Big Mac. There's a quarter pounder with cheese. You could go just, McNuggets. You could go, what'd they bring back here? The chicken wrap. You've got some choices as to what's your go-to when
I'm
you
putting
go to
fries up there because, I mean,
Mhm.
come on. McDonald's is known for fries as much as anything else.
Yeah, that's true. Although to
I
me,
mean-
I was always fascinated growing up. Remember they had the sign underneath the arches about how many millions and then billions of burgers served? Okay. I was always fascinated when the number changed. Because growing up, McDonald's was, 20 or so years old. And so the number would change every couple of years. It was like, oh, look at that. Look at how many burgers they're selling.
And then it just became billions and billions. served.
Right. Then it's just like, it's so damn many and so damn much money that, we've given up counting.
But you must, it's funny. Marketing works and doesn't at the same time, because I can still recite 2 all beef patties,
Special
pickles,
sauce,
special sauce, pickles,
lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame, be a bun.
seed bun. Right. Our bun has no seeds. So, but I don't like the Big Mac. I mean, it's Thousand Island dressing on a hamburger. I'm not that interested in it. I'm a ketchup and mustard guy. Even when I go to these fancy burger joints and they want to put blue cheese and they want to put all this stuff in there, I prefer a ketchup, mustard, onions, pickles burger.
But Mark, it's Thousand Island dressing on 2 hamburgers. Okay.
Right.
With a piece of bread in the middle of it. Okay. That's the fly in the ointment, if you will.
Well, I'm going, for what it's worth, I'm going Big Mac, quarter pounder with cheese, French fries, and McNuggets as what's your favorite item from McDonald's. Are you okay with that?
Totally.
I know your daughter's not. She's a chicken wrap or whatever that
Right.
damn thing is.
And my mom is not. She's a fish sandwich. Your wife is not. She's a fish sandwich. All right. Is there anything, because you guys don't take your daughter to fast food, so is there anything she would eat from the Arches?
She probably wouldn't get anything. I mean, she would get mad at me if I took her through there. She does not like the place. She's had it once. She thinks, in her words, it's disgusting.
Well, I wonder who she
feel
heard that.
I'm so
from.
proud as a
I
parent.
was going to say, I have no idea who she got that from. None whatsoever. So, okay.
So that's it. It's McDonald's Day. What's your favorite item from McDonald's? I've got the choices up. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. You can answer the poll question shortly right in the YouTube and Twitch chat room. You just got to type a number once I get it up. And if you don't have either of those and you're listening via the radio or an app, you can just simply text us on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. That's 21,000, the keywords Miller, if you've never texted the show before. We'll get it reposted here momentarily.
Isn't the NFL draft news quiet? Doesn't it seem quiet this year? I mean, we don't have any quarterback talk. I mean, very few people believe that there's going to be a second quarterback taken in the first round. Very few people. So there's no talk about that. And this draft is dominated by edge rushers, offensive tackles, and wide receivers. There's no huge trade talk, although, and we've got Kyle Youmans joining us on the show in a little more than an hour. The one team that is consistently mentioned to be trading into the top 10 is the Dallas Cowboys, which, Mark, you, I believe, yesterday pointed out they don't have a second-round pick. They have 2 ones, but they don't have a second-round pick. And their third-round pick's a late pick. think it's San Francisco's third rounder. But I find it very quiet on the NFL draft front.
I don't know if that's typical. At this moment, we're 8 days away. I think it will get a little more exciting by Monday of next week. But I think your original point is correct based on who's in this draft, that you don't have the same type of excitement as you have for others. I mean, we all know that the quarterback in the draft is going first. That's the other thing. I mean, there have been times when it's going to be a quarterback first overall, and the team that's picking first overall has already has a quarterback, so they may want to trade out of that spot. We have nothing. The Raiders aren't trading that spot. That's their guy, and we've known he's not even showing up. By the way, not only are we quiet on the draft, so are the players. Apparently, there's only 16 guys showing up in Pittsburgh.
Correct. And one of them's Ty Simpson. And most people don't think he's going on Thursday. Do you know more people showed up for the Commanders' day yesterday? They had 20 draft prospects who showed up. And apparently the Commanders' thing is they take whoever shows up to Top Golf. That was their interview process with the 20 guys. They took them all to Top Golf.
They've done that for a while, right?
Yeah, well, with the new ownership. So this is like 3 years. Okay, the last 3 or so years. All right, this is their thing. The Rams get the house on the beach, and they're not even in Pittsburgh except for somebody to run the card up. That's all they have. They're not locked down in their own building. They rent a place on the beach and do the draft from there.
Let me ask you, would you, in all seriousness, let's just say either you or you had a son that was drafted, would you encourage them to go to the draft?
Yes.
I would too.
Yes. Now, if they were hell-bent, if there were family reasons like Mendoza's mom is not in good health, okay, if there was something like that. But no, if it's normal, okay, yes. In fact, we'd come with you. If you're like, oh, I really want to be around you guys. Well, we can come too. It's an extra hotel room.
And at the same time, I love what Joe Thomas did. He went fishing with his dad. He was kind of the first one, because at that point, everybody went to the draft, David.
Right.
You had guys that weren't getting taken in the first round. And I think a combination of Joe Thomas and a couple of the slides, when guys have been there and were supposed to get picked early, and all of a sudden we're sitting around late first round and they're still in the green room.
Oh, you mean like Aaron Rodgers? You mean like Brady Quinn? A couple years ago when Will Levis slid all the way to the second round? Apparently it cost him his girlfriend. She was sitting there through the whole thing. It got her a lot of clicks. Okay. But then, she's like, really? Second round? And apparently, she dumped him shortly thereafter. So, but yes, I'd go.
I would too. And I would encourage, if it were my son, I would encourage him to go. Not to mention, the NBA does have a great draft in terms of the outfits that the guys wear. I mean, they go all out with the suits. The NBA, the NFL guys they're not all of them, but they're much more traditional. They wear a suit. A couple guys will go nuts at the NFL draft, but for the most part, they look good.
Yep.
But they don't go NBA nuts.
No. And there are sometimes I think it's cool, and there are sometimes I think it's cringeworthy. The Goodell hug, sometimes right before it or after it, also the handshake. that sometimes, Mark, it was like me and the bro hug at the Super Bowl. Okay, that sometimes Goodell has those moments in which it's like, oh.
But I do live for the one moment that the very exuberant, usually defensive or offensive lineman, and I would vote defensive lineman more or edge guy, not only hugs Goodell, but picks him up about 2 feet off the ground.
Right.
And looks, and Roger Goodell is a big human being. He really and truly is.
He's not small.
And these guys make him look like a paperclip.
Yes.
I love the one player who looks as if he's going to break Goodell's back when he hugs him.
I think Goodell needs the time in between the picks as much as the teams do. I think he needs to recover. Check the film, see what he did right, what he did wrong, work on his posture, his greeting.
A little physical therapy from time to time. I hear you.
Right. Yep. But I just sensed that I was thinking about a year ago, there was a lot more hype. There's no hype. And also, which is fascinating because there are 5 teams, Mark, who have more than one first-round pick. And yet the trade talk, the hype, non-existent. Very, very interesting.
Well, I'm excited to talk Cowboys because I get trading up if there's a certain guy they want, but they don't have a lot of draft capital.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I watched 22 seconds in overtime. I would argue that losing your best player to an injury in the first quarter cost them the game. I mean, Bam Adebayo got hurt. They didn't call a foul. It was a flagrant. LaMelo Ball should have been thrown out of the game for that. No, I do not think he cost them the game. I know you hate Spoelstra, Left Twix. I get it. You're a little bit on an island, bro. I mean,
on an island.
I mean, you are on an island. That's a bad team. That is a bad roster. I blame Pat Riley for where they are. I do not blame Eric Spoelstra. I know you do. They hit a turnaround 3 to tie the game. They had 8 seconds left. They drove down and tried to score without a timeout, and it got blocked to win the game. It was a tremendous block by Bridges. Tremendous block. That was a hell of a play. They got the guy they wanted to shoot the three open late, he got fouled and made all 3 free throws. So Spoelstra drew up a play to get a certain guy open for a shot. They got him open. And I still think your comment yesterday is one of the more laughable comments that you think with, I forgot what coaches said they would have won 55 games. Go look at the Boston roster, the Knicks roster, the Cavs roster. Now, I think the Pistons coach is deserving a coach of the year because Cade Cunningham and what's the tough guy? I mean, they do it with toughness and defense. They don't have a lot of great players. I'm amazed at what the Pistons are doing.
Well, and WESR there, and I have intentionally participated a lot less. But yes,
That has more to do with than my situation. I feel like one of us should be here, and David is resting during breaks more than not right now.
and I stopped enjoying the conversations, to be brutally honest. So I'm just taking a break.
And by the way, Ambient, Houston has no shot to win an NBA title. None whatsoever. They wouldn't have won in the first round had it not been for Luka being out. I really think there's only 2 teams. Yeah, the Nuggets could. I don't give them the shot you do. They're not in the same league as the Spurs and OKC right now. Hell, I'm not even sure the Spurs are in the same league as OKC now that we're in the playoffs. 2 in the West, and I do think 4 teams from the East can get to the final, but I don't think any of them can beat OKC. You're going to have one upset in the first round by seeding. Houston will beat the Lakers. That's it. That is it. The T-Wolves aren't as good as they were when they took the Nuggets to 7, and the Nuggets are a little bit better. I know they did, Michael. I understand that they did. This is the playoffs. I got it, Michael. I think Oklahoma City's the class of the league. I do. Their team is built differently.
I think they're more vulnerable against the East because the playoffs get officiated very differently, and the Pacers took them to 7 last year.
I just don't know if there's a roster good enough. We'll see if Boston is if they get there.
And yes, Wes, no Saturdays. Nope. I turned down all offers. I'm just a Monday Night Football guy now.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We are honoring the Golden Arches today when they're not even honoring themselves. We have dubbed it McDonald's Day because Ray Kroc's first franchise was today, 71 years ago. They're not doing anything. No specials that we can find, nothing. So we just asked, what's your favorite non-breakfast item from the Golden Arches? Big Mac, quarter pounder with cheese, French fries, and it was double cheeseburger, right?
No. McNuggets, fries, Big Mac,
McNuggets.
quarter pounder with cheese.
McNuggets. So,
and it is McDonald's, that nationaltoday.com. It's right. McDonald's Day.
Right.
It's also National Banana Day, so stick a banana in someone's tailpipe.
We are very surprised at how many of you like the filet of fish. because we did not think it was good enough to warrant serious consideration for the poll. And many of you were like, oh, wow, that's my favorite.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm amazed. I'm
yeah.
amazed at the number of people. There's one guy who has said the McRib is the best sandwich. Sorry,
Oh.
David.
Oh, my goodness.
If it were, it would be on the menu all of the time. That's all I can say to you. And I did vote on both the Twitch YouTube poll that we have in the bottom left corner of our screen for those of you watching. And I voted online on X. And I did say, David, I do want you to know, I voted quarter pounder with cheese. As I said, it was the gold standard of fast food sandwiches for many a year. When we were limited with our fast food choices, it was the quarter pounder with cheese meal. I cannot tell you the last time I had it. It's been at least a decade, at least.
And I will have one before noon today, since it's McDonald's Day after all. So there you go.
But
Seth
that's the
Everett.
question. That Mark Miller, the Devin Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Seth Everett at the top of the hour. Kyle Youmans covers the Cowboys. We wanted to make sure we talked to one person from the 5 teams that have multiple first-round picks leading up to the draft. Dallas, one of those 5. Kyle Youmans will join us in a little more than an hour. And we'll begin the bonus hour with Jake Chapman, voice of the Orlando Magic. They can be the 7th seed in the East. They should have been hosting this game. They should have won the season finale in Boston when the Celtics didn't play their starters. And Orlando, while they held one guy out and limited the minutes of another guy, the game meant something to Orlando. They could be hosting this game tonight. Instead, they lost, and they're in Philadelphia. And I believe, Mark, the Magic head coach, they have not won a road playoff game during his tenure. I believe they're 0-7 on the road during his tenure. So can they get a win on the road in a play-in? If not, they'll be hosting Charlotte Friday to try to be the 8th seed. So play-ins delivered yesterday. 2 terrific games. One decided by 1 point in overtime. The other was a 2-point game with Phoenix down 2 and had the ball for a final shot. Missed. Portland threw it down court, got a breakaway layup to account for the final 4-point margin. But the play-ins delivered. They're on Amazon. Don't know if that makes a difference for you or not. And there you have it.
I mean, there's been several people that did not watch because they do not have Amazon Prime. You are one of those people. Our producer this week, Rick Church, is another one of those people.
Yep. And he's a hooper. Loves the NBA, loves his T-Wolves, but Rick really likes the NBA. And he'll be all over that Denver-Minnesota series.
Well, and this is to me, this is the play-in. It's not the playoffs. I mean, and I'm not trying to be smart here, but if it were the playoffs, then you wouldn't lose the game and get a chance at a lottery pick. I mean, the league has made it very apparent. These are not the playoffs. The Heat's now eligible for the first overall pick. If you make the playoffs, you're not. So this is not the playoffs. The league does not even consider this. This is the play-in. It's its own separate entity.
It's got its own sponsor and everything.
Yeah. Man, Van Gundy was waxing poetically about what a great job they did to have these games because it was so exciting last night. It was exciting. It was a compelling game. I will give it all of that. But does anybody think that the Charlotte Hornets are going to win the NBA championship? Hell, does anybody think they win more than 2 games in the first round?
Yeah, but see, I hate that way of thinking. I really do. Okay, I'm sorry. That way of thinking is ruining sports. Okay, if we're only going to talk about, and it's only worthwhile if a team can win the championship, that's crap.
Well, David, I guess my point is, and I know you're going back a long time, but as an 8 seed, the LA Kings got to the Stanley Cup final. When you look at hockey, the Panthers won the Stanley Cup qualifying for the playoffs on the last day of the regular season. When you make the baseball playoffs, I believe every team has a shot to get to the World Series. I think
Yeah.
in football, we've seen wild card teams go on and win the Super Bowl. My point is, in the NBA, the bottom teams 5 through 8, are not championship worthy.
I know, but
It's-
so what? No. But you make it sound like, well, they shouldn't even then be in the playoffs. I mean, seriously, I hate that thinking. Okay, this is meaningful. For Charlotte hasn't done a thing in 10 years. They have a chance to play their way into the playoffs, for their fans to see playoff games in person or sitting at home, something they haven't been a part of in 10 years. Okay, this is meaningful. Portland's in the playoffs. Okay, they haven't been in a while. That's meaningful. Yeah, of course Charlotte's not going to win a title. They're not going to get close. Portland's not going to get close.
We don't
But
even
this
know if
is
Charlotte's going to get in the
meaningful.
playoffs.
What?
We don't even know if Charlotte's going to make the playoffs. David.
I know. But and yes, all right, the other sports are different. Hockey has a goalie. That changes everything. Baseball has pitching. That can change everything. I will say we've yet to have a 7 seed do any damage in the NFL playoffs. We saw 6 seeds win the Super Bowl. But since they've gone to 14 teams, we haven't seen a 7 seed do much of anything. So, I mean, in that sense, it's early. I think they've done it 3-4 years, but, something to bear watching. But I just, to me, it's like college football when all we did was focus on, that's why I didn't like 2 and 4. Because once somebody was out of the national championship picture, they might as well have been 2 and 9. They could be a 10-2 team, and it was like, I just. But yes, I mean, the NBA's always, except for the crazy 99 season, the 50-game regular season when the Knicks were an 8 seed for various reasons, and the Knicks went to the finals. But you're right. I mean, but the Pacers last year were a 4 seed and went to Game 7 of the finals. But it doesn't happen often. You're right. And it never has in the history of the NBA. I mean, Moses took the Rockets. They were like a 6 seed. But you're right, Mark. I mean,
and the only way for it to happen will never happen again. It's you go to a best of 5 in the first round when
Right.
you actually give a team that's not as good a shot. Because when you put 7 games at it, it makes it more and more difficult.
Yep. And when Denver knocked off Seattle when they were a 1, when the Knicks knocked off Miami as an 8, you're right. The NBA said, yeah, we got to make it a little harder on these guys because they both won 5-game series.
And that's the other point. The NBA doesn't want it.
No, they're like a small conference tournament, Mark, if you know what I mean. They want their top seeds playing deep into the conference tournament. They want their best to go to the NCAA.
Absolutely. Miller and Moulton. Didn't even get a lot of baseball in on the baseball hour. I took it away from you because I talked to McDonald's. It's the poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Probably should have put the Egg McMuffin instead of McNuggets. The guy that proposed that, even though I'm not an Egg McMuffin guy, I'm a sausage McMuffin. That probably is the one thing. That's the last thing I had from McDonald's. As we went through for a breakfast at some point in the last 10 years. I prefer just the sausage McMuffin, no egg, but I can do a sausage and egg McMuffin. I'm going to go Clinton Canada Relief because I don't think Trump's a Big Mac guy. I think he just does the cheeseburgers. But I don't know what their orders are. I mean, who's had more McDonald's? If you just wanted to simplify it with that, that's a hell of a question. But I think it's Trump. I think I'm not that Clinton didn't eat the McDonald's because he stopped on the jog. But I mean, I think SNL took that to a whole new level. But I mean, Trump ordered it for, when the team was there, he ordered McDonald's he loves it.
So apparently, when he's really hungry, he orders 2 Big Macs, 2 filet of fishes, and a chocolate shake. Okay. When he's wanting a little less, he orders a Big Mac, 1 filet of fish, fries, and a vanilla shake.
I did not know Trumpy was a Big Mac guy. I did not. So I think it's, I look at that.
The Phil Hartman.
Right. That's all I'm thinking of.
Oh, I know. Just sitting here doing it in my head too.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. I will say the hair is starting to grow. It's tough to tell on this camera, but it's more annoying looking now than it was when it was the small peach fuzz. Now I'm hoping, there's talk that you get curly hair coming to this. I want the Jared Bednar flow by Christmas. That's my goal.
Rory has the wavy hair going now too.
Oh yeah, well he's just longer, so he's I think he's always had it. He's just let it go.
He's let it go.
By the way, if I get Bedsy flow, I'm going to be the happiest guy on the planet.
Yeah. Why is everybody so upset that he played so many practice rounds at Augusta before the tournament? If we were all professional golfers and we had access to the course, wouldn't we practice there?
Who was it? Was it one of the players said, look when I've qualified, I can, he maybe has a little more access to play by himself than I would, but trust me, there's always a member that would play with you.
Right. Wasn't it Justin Thomas that said,
I thought it was Michael Kim, but I'm not. But again,
that when you qualify, even though you're not a member, since you've qualified for the tournament, they kind of, work.
But you
with
got to play with a member, apparently.
Right.
That's what it was, Michael Kim. Thank you, Clark. But yeah, if you've won it, that's the access you get. I mean,
Yeah.
I think people don't like Rory. Rory's kind of turned some people off here in the last year, David. I think that's what it is more than anything. Why, Paula?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till Seth Everett will join us here on Miller and Moulton. Kyle Youmans to talk about the Cowboys. 8 days before the draft. They've got 2 first-rounders, 12 and 20. What will they do? A lot of talk that they want into the top 10, that they want to get close to the Giants, maybe even into the top 5. There's talk of the Cowboys and the Cardinals making a trade. Interesting. Talk to Kyle Youmans about it coming up in an hour. Jake Chapman to talk about the Magic and the Sixers tonight. The winner's the 7 seed in the East, and they'll play the Celtics. Jake Chapman, voice of the Magic, he will join us. Can I bring up a topic that we haven't spent more than 30 seconds on in the last week?
Sure.
So Diana Rossini resigned yesterday from The Athletic. And she put out a statement. Listen, you have your opinions. You think you know what the truth is. We all, we'll see. But pictures of her with Vrabel at a resort in Arizona, and she resigns. Her contract was up in 10 weeks. And were they going to renew it? Probably before this. But she's an insider, Mark. She was the insider for The Athletic.
And then some.
And her job was to get information, scoops, stories. And it's led to a freewheeling conversation within the media. Okay, because the first conversation was, this is really bad for female reporters and what have you. Okay. We've kind of moved past that now. The Buster Olneys of the world, even Clay Travis, which I find rich, but we'll get to that in a moment, okay, starts talking about the difference between what is, quote, reporting now and what reporting used to be. Because basically, Mark, now the insiders, for the most part, are being fed the information. In the past, you actually had to go get it. It was hard. Now, I mean, Woj didn't have 4 players who talked to him. Woj got all his information from coaches and general managers and owners. Shams is totally different. Shams was the players guy. That's where he was getting all his, and their agents. That's where he was getting all the information from. And they were both insiders. Well, the NFL's the same way. I mean, Schefter gets all his information from coaches and general managers and the teams. Schefter doesn't get any of his information from players. There are others that do. But they're all being fed the info now, Mark. Okay? They pick out someone and they use them. And I'm just wondering, and I guess the media now is looking at themselves and deciding whether or not this should continue. Because it's been going on now for about 15 years.
All right, David, can I just ask you a question? And I'm merely asking because you, out of the two of us, you are far more of the journalist,
right,
than I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I think I've had one minor scoop in my life that I stumbled upon, and I don't even remember what it was, so it wasn't that important. And if I get them, and every once in a while, there are a couple people that tell me things, I don't ever repeat them on the air because to me, it's not my job.
Right.
Kind of hold it in the back of my head, and when it's out there, I can say, I did hear that. But David, and I'm being serious. Help me out here. I'm not asking it to be flippant. What's the difference between being fed information and back in the day when we had journalists having a source? Isn't it the same damn thing? I'm serious when I ask that. If it's not, explain.
Well, sources didn't talk as much as they do now. I mean, now literally the agencies pick up the phone and call the reporters. Hey, here's what's going down. Okay. And the reporter's like, oh, okay. And then they go on TV and they say, hey, Milwaukee's about to sign Giannis to a 4-year, $200 million extension. Where in the past, agents didn't call reporters.
Well, and agents were much more individuals now than corporations. Is that
Right.
fair to say? I mean, an agent
Definitely,
operated independently. Now, I think it's called the Team. It was the Wasserman Agency. I mean,
Right.
that's a huge corporation.
Exactly. CAA, yes.
Right. I mean, these
Chris
are big
Paul, right.
companies as
Yes.
opposed to being essentially a lawyer who was an
Right.
agent who may have had a secretary who worked for him.
Right. So that's the difference. You had to go dig it up. Eventually, obviously, somebody's got to talk to you to get the information, but you had to go get it. Now, the many of the stories that you're getting from insiders are being fed to them. Just here. You want me to write it up? Here you go. And I'm just wondering, as a fan, do you care? I mean, you're only getting one side usually. Okay. You're getting the player side, agent, or you're getting it from the team. But the information you're getting now is fed. 90% of it is fed. You know when it's not fed when someone's yelling. When all of a sudden you've got people that are yelling at the reporter, that's when the reporter actually did some reporting. But I'm just wondering, does anybody care? Because you've had almost a generation of this is how you get your info. Do you care? I mean, because you couldn't have an insider. Remember Will McDonough was like the first insider. NBC had him on their pregame show. He'd spend all week trying to come up with like 3 nuggets, 3 NFL stories. He was an insider. He spent all week.
Well, and David,
calls.
we never covered like owners meetings like we do now. I mean,
Right.
if you think about 15, 20 years ago, ESPN didn't have cameras at the owners meetings. The Will McDonoughs of the world showed up and some beat writers were there and they were doing their digging, not with the owners, with the PR guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was where you were able to get something. If you had a relationship with the PR guy, he might just say,
right.
Hey, heads up, and they might not even give you the story. Heads up, just be aware, something's coming out today.
Well, and quite frankly, some of you, the insiders out there, have been guilty of literally letting either the team or the player/agent look over their story before they submit it. Now, I have to admit, in all my years when I was a journalist, and I did 20 years as a local TV sports anchor, you have to adhere to journalistic standards. And I was a columnist for over 10 years for 2 papers in Southwest Florida. And you had to adhere to journalistic standards, even as a columnist giving my opinion. When I put something in there that was newsy, the editor would call me and go, who'd you get that from? We can't get a phone call and that can't be wrong. And I'd tell them. But there was one time where I traded access, if you will. FGCU men's basketball made the tournament in 2013. I went to the head coach who I was friendly with. And I said, after you guys find out who you're playing, you're going to do media for an hour, and then you guys are going to pull an all-nighter, watching tape and meeting and what have you. He said, yeah, we'll be here like till 4 a.m. I said, can I be embedded with you? And he was wary of it. And to get him to say yes, I said, I'll show you what I write before I put it in the paper. Now, I never should have done that. That violates everything that I was taught. Okay. But I couldn't get, no one was going to get that access. No one. TV, print, no one. And I wanted it. And I dominated that. I dominated that story for 2 weeks. I was embedded with them. I had everything. Everybody was jumping on the bandwagon. They had all the stuff everybody else could see from the outside. I was on the inside. And I was embedded, stayed till 4 a.m, went home, slept, wrote what they did, showed it to the head coach before they got on the plane and left. And I said, this is going to be in Friday's paper. And they played Friday night. And he said, if you could take out that one sentence, and it was about them playing a lot of zone. He said, if you could take that out, I would appreciate it. And sure enough, FGCU, which played a lot of man-to-man that year, but when they beat Miami early in the season, they threw a funky 1-3-1 out at them. And Miami played badly. Well, they went back to that defense against Georgetown. And so I took it out of the column. So I've done it. I did it once. So I got to own up.
The problem is when he slept with the head coach, that was where all the problems
no
began.
doubt. Right. Okay. Right. That was a problem. Okay.
They never held hands, as far as I know.
Right. Okay. And and I denied, and right. Mm-hmm.
And the bungalows at the Ritz-Carlton in Naples were not far off at the prices that they were charging for the rooms in Sedona. So, I mean, there are similarities. Right.
Yep, exactly. It was 13 years ago. It was a lot cheaper. Yes.
Right.
Yep.
But those Ritz-Carlton cookies have never been better. Just for what it's worth. David and I have both been lucky enough to have the manhole chocolate chip cookies at the Ritz-Carlton in Naples.
We would look right at the guy running the resort and go, no, it's a very nice place. The whole day, I would love a weekend here. Your cookies are the best thing you guys got going. Honestly, if you lose the cookies, I wouldn't come here. We looked at him like, we come here for Greg Norman. We really do like talking to him, but we really come here for the cookies because we can get Norman on the phone.
David would take a cookie to go.
Absolutely.
Every time. I'd have one when I got there. David would have one when he got there, but he'd take one to go because Norman would leave us and go do the presser. We always had access to Greg before he talked to everybody else. He was terrific to us. He liked us. For whatever reason, we got into a somewhat political conversation with him, and it intrigued him. And from that point forward, he enjoyed talking to us. Right. If we saw him today, he wouldn't know either of our names. He wouldn't. Right. But he would remember us quickly. And we had great conversations with him. And he would give us, 30 minutes. And then he would go do the presser. We would get a cookie on the way in because we were always there before him. And then he would walk to the press room and all of the press would be in there. And the table with the cookies and coffee was basically left for us to attack.
Correct. And I was the guy who didn't hide that I was taking a cookie to go either. Here it is, this 5-star resort and the whole deal. And I'm walking out. And sometimes I didn't even have a napkin over the cookie. Sometimes I was just walking out with the equipment on one shoulder and carrying the darn cookie in the other hand.
It was very much Sesame Street. You followed the Cookie Monster because the crumbs were there. There was no doubt. But the basic question is, do you have a problem with insiders? I mean, I could spend hours talking about the Rossini thing and her apology, but quitting and not admitting anything, because to me, if you didn't do anything wrong, why are you quitting? But this isn't really about that. Nope. And I'm addressing that so you understand. We're aware of all of those things.
Right.
We're not talking about it from that angle. The angle we're speaking about is insiders now get information fed to them. It's been that way for at least 15 years, if not 20.
Yeah, I'd definitely go 15.
Yeah. So are you okay? Because that's the way it's done now, and
Yep.
it's not going to change. And I find it a little rich that a lot of national people are now bringing up journalistic integrity.
Well, right. Okay. And that's why, Clay Travis bringing it up, I find rich because, like, he's not fed information from one side far more than the other. I mean, that's laughable, but it's politics. We're talking sports. And because Buster Olney has gone public and basically he wants us to go back 20 years. He wants us to go back to, remember when Peter King started as Monday morning quarterback? Peter King got his information very differently the end of his Monday morning quarterback than when he started Monday morning quarterback.
To your point, David, when he started it, he would get yelled at
Yeah.
for putting the information in SI. By the end of it, those same people were just giving him the information.
And giving him the access. He would ask for it and they'd go, yeah, sure. Come on down. Hop on the team plane. Let's go. So I'm just
Miller
wondering,
and Moulton.
do you care? Does it matter?
Seth Everett next.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Well, Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
PBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
That was a good segment. I heard it on the way here.
Seth not in his car. He was in his car. He
I
is not.
was.
You look very I like you got the reflection of the building and the glass behind you.
It's a cool
That's
look.
very
Yeah, this is my terrace. Yeah. I I don't have time to turn my my computer on, but I did get home in time.
School run?
School run, yes. Couple more weeks of that. That was a good segment before. I have a similar story. Did you guys do a lot on last Friday? The 168 NBA players didn't play.
We did
We've-
not.
No,
We don't
we
do a
just,
lot of NBA.
no,
Yeah.
our audience hates the NBA, but
That's
we
fine.
just mentioned it as
Yeah.
in part of the overall thing of, just people.
14
right.
members of the Memphis Grizzlies.
Right. It's
Well, we
Yeah,
do bring up that to us, everybody's been focusing on tanking, and to the two of us, the load management is a much
Yeah.
bigger problem.
Much bigger. Yep.
much bigger.
Yep.
And I blame Adam Silver.
Well, and I know we're not going to talk about it, but last night I heard that Jack Hughes was the last guy off the ice at boarding skate for the game 82 of a game that doesn't have any importance whatsoever, and he's the superhero with the USA goal.
Well,
He doesn't need to be doing that, and he did it anyway because he loves the sport.
did you hear Rick Bowness from the Blue Jackets last night?
No,
Because they had gotten
no.
eliminated. They got eliminated the night before. So when they played Washington, the game had no playoff implications at all in Columbus. And Rick Bowness lights his team up publicly after the game, saying
Wow.
they just don't care. Only 3 hits all night, 23 giveaways. Okay, no wonder this team can't win. Okay,
Wow.
and he says, if I'm coming
I
back,
didn't see that.
yeah, if I'm coming back, we're changing the culture. When somebody said, well, you'd been eliminated from the playoffs, he went on a rant about it doesn't matter.
Wow.
By
I
the
didn't
way,
see
Red
that.
Dog Media, I do think, just answering someone in the chat room, I do think more people are returning carts now, to the end of your point, than ever before, because I think they're being guilted. I don't think they want to return their carts to the cart area, but I think the whether it's the cart narcs and some of these things that are out there, I believe people feel guilty now. Not necessarily at Walmart, but at Publix.
I agree with everything Mark says.
I round some of them up. If they're fairly nearby, I'll end up like putting 4 carts in the thing.
Wow.
Wow. You're like a
I don't go that
superhero.
far.
The model of a good Samaritan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just bored. No friends. More
My
time
neighbor
outside.
does puzzles. And I said, if I ever do a puzzle, shoot me.
Yeah.
My wife loves them, and she's good at them, Seth. I'll go over. She'll be doing it like she and my daughter will be doing a puzzle, and I'll stare for 30 seconds and can't find a piece.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We're halfway home, at least in Jacksonville and Tampa St. Pete. Final hour of the show in the 239. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Venice area, Live Oak Lake City and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's that day and time for Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. And if you take us in via the Twitch channel or the YouTube channel, you see that Seth, for the first time, he usually joins us driving. He pulls over to the side of the road or in his condo, in his office. Well, now he's you're on your little ledge, as you called it?
I have a terrace.
Terrace. He called it a terrace. It's
terrace.
That's what they're called. It's called a terrace.
Okay. So he's outside in his Arsenal t-shirt on his terrace, Seth Everett. So you heard our last segment. Curious first off, like Mark is open about it. He said, I was never a journalist. I was a media person. I was a play-by-play guy, and then I was a talk show host, but I'm not a journalist. Okay. When you got started in this business, okay, you were a journalist, correct?
Not really. I was a radio guy. I was a talk show guy. One of the things that the teams that I covered said about me is that I didn't feel the pressure to break anything. My boss in Seattle, for example, said sports radio was so big at that point in the 90s that let the reporters break the story. People are still going to come to you for insight. So make sure you know what's going on. Don't worry about being first, because there wasn't social media, and if you were going to do something on the radio station, the reporter could only put it out in the next day's paper anyway. So you were the only access anyway. You talked about quid pro quo, and just I heard your story about the access. Look, I got a source for life, a trusted source. I made up a trade rumor. A team source told me about a trade potential happening, and I knew who my source was. My source was the player, and I went with it. And as a result, both his agent and the player were my pals for life. And I had to make a judgment call. And I made that judgment call. But I wasn't the guy who was trying to get information. I don't have an issue with, or let me say this. I don't have a thing to say about the moral stuff between Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. That's not my place. People in glass houses should not throw stones. My argument is, how does she get information? And she's compromised. And that, to me, is the reason why she's getting the brunt of this much more than the football coach. I heard an interview with a Boston Globe reporter who came out and said that there have been, they've been hiding Vrabel, and normally he talks to the media before the draft, and he hasn't. And he advises that Vrabel try to get out in front of this story. But the reporter is much more compromised. One other thing I heard, there was a great profile, I want to say it was in the Washington Post, about Adam Schefter. And Adam Schefter, over Christmas, spends $16,000 on gifts for his sources.
Right.
$16,000, and it's predominantly chocolate. By the way, how do you buy $16,000 worth of chocolate? But
Norman
the
Love.
idea,
I was going to say,
idea that this happens so frequently, it's just not this salacious.
To your point, Seth, you have to, if you have sources, you're typically doing something for them. Maybe back in the day it was picking up their bar tab. Maybe it was as simple as that. I'm with you from a morality standpoint. If Diana Rossini wants to sleep with every coach in the league, I don't give a damn. I really and truly don't.
It's not your place, right?
No, but I do think I am a believer. If you're telling the truth about something, then you should stick to it.
Agreed. 100%.
The letter in which she says, I'm not resigning because I lied. I'm resigning because I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm having trouble with that.
The innocent have nothing to run from.
Right. Yeah, that Vrabel's basically hasn't talked to anybody. I do laugh at some of the stories that his wife's grounded him. I think that's funny. That's just the snarky person in me. But I guess there is the other part of this too, is that I do think that the overwhelming thing, and I don't stick up for anybody. I don't much care. But this is going to make it a hell of a lot harder for women reporters out there. Anytime that they get some sort of a scoop, the first thing that's going to be said. And that's the part of this that's not fair to people who are out there working hard.
Yeah, the people I want to hear from are like Claire Smith and Jane McManus and Susan Waldman. Like, those are the people I want to hear from.
You and I, the three of us all love Emily Cap. Think she does a fantastic job.
She's fantastic,
and seems to have a better rapport with coaches and players than anybody else in that business. There is they all treat her so well.
Yeah, and, I'm a huge fan. Yeah,
I am too. I think she does a great job.
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant by she's compromised. Is she broke that story about Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers, and you just wonder who she was giving information to and who she was getting information from. It's just the whole thing is compromised, and it's unfortunate because it takes two to tango and all that other stuff. That's not what I'm commenting on. I feel terrible, but I don't know how she was going to do that job. She's going to have to do something different, and I'm sure she will. I'm sure. I met her a long time ago. She used to work in Seattle with my buddy Softy, and she's going to be somebody who lands on her feet. She's going to do something different, though.
Yeah, I have no idea what she can do in the industry, quite frankly, going forward. I really
don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Smell a podcast, everybody.
Well, the funny thing is, she has one. For the Athletic that got shut down. I mean, that was part of what led to her resignation.
Seth Everett here on Miller and Moulton. Seth_Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice are his two terrific podcasts. We'll get to them coming up in a moment. So you're okay with how we get our information now, even though it's being fed to us. I mean, it's being spoon-fed. You're either a team guy and you get your information from coaches and GMs and front offices or owners, or you're a players guy and you get it from players and their agents. Okay, you're one or the other.
But we're also forgetting the fact that a bunch of players just go on their own social media and ignore journalists altogether.
Absolutely.
The New York Knicks, this guy Jalen Brunson, who I don't know that I could pick out of a lineup. Jalen Brunson has a podcast, and he has declined interviews with reporters, and has told Team News in his podcast that's happened. And that I think is more of a sign of the times. I've told the story. I tell the story all the time. In the early '90s, when I was a reporter, I was a radio reporter, not a print reporter for the Denver Broncos, and I found out that Alfred Williams, the lineman at the time, was playing Madden football, and I started playing. And we started a Madden league, and all my information from that team was at Alfred Williams's house late at night playing Madden football. I did it, but again, I also wasn't being asked to break news. I was just asked to be at press conferences and get audio and things like that. It was a much smaller role that I had, but yeah, I was embedded in the Denver Broncos team because of that game.
But and Seth and I was a I did minor league play-by-play, but I would always do something early for a few guys on the team, whether it was buy a dinner, whether it was get them a case of beer, whatever it was. I always did something that my bosses would never find out about because they would have gotten pissed.
Right.
But when I needed to get an interview, when something happened, when you needed an honest story about something, I knew something about those guys that they didn't want management to know. And because of that, if they were out late after curfew, they knew I wasn't going to narc on them. But if I needed some information, if I needed them to be honest in an interview, I got it. And I'm guessing, Seth, with those Broncos, when you wanted to get audio, you got a hell of a lot better audio than you would have ever been able to get without playing Madden with those guys.
Correct. But also my idea was I just wanted these people to be nice to me. I wasn't trying to get something at first. It just morphed into something that became rather big. A lot of times the Broncos, those were the guys that I went to, to get tape after games or after practice. Those were the guys that I trusted. I didn't know John Elway. John Elway was 37 when I was 22, and he didn't have any time for me. My guys were Alfred Williams and Tyrone Braxton and Terrell Davis and those dudes.
Tyrone Braxton, the pride of North Dakota State. Biggest story I ever broke in Fargo. I got the tip at our Friday night poker game. Okay, that's where I got the tip because I was working on it, but I was kind of stopped, and I got the info to be able to now go forward and do the story, and got it at Friday night poker.
That reminds me of the winter meetings in Boston in 2001 when A-Rod signed with Texas, and these four guys were playing poker in the back and didn't stop while A-Rod was giving his press conference.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Which one you doing?
Masters recap on Sports with Friends with our boy Bob Herrick, who has another book out, his third
Yes.
Tiger book. Bob Herrick was great. It's a fantastic podcast. We talk about all the media stuff with Amazon doing golf now, and Jim Nance's comment that he hadn't seen Bryson DeChambeau live. We talked about all the golf stuff. Pretty great podcast. Plus, my students, for extra credit, could ask a question of Bob, and I took some of their questions and I asked Bob, and he answered them.
Cool.
Good deal.
Something I'm experimenting.
15 seconds, Seth. I know your team's out, my team's out. Who wins the Stanley Cup?
Who am I rooting for, or who do I think wins?
Both. I'll take both from you.
Buffalo. I'm rooting for Buffalo big time, and I think it's going to be Colorado.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Those are his two terrific podcasts. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Well, enjoy the day from your terrace. It looks lovely.
It's lovely.
Looks great. I mean, the fact that you're in a t-shirt and jersey this time of year, it's spring and sprung.
Yes, it is spring, finally.
Seth Everett here on Miller and Moulton. Kyle Youmans in 25 minutes to talk Cowboys, and Jake Chapman next hour. We talk NBA play and Magic.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The truth theory, and I think they'll keep both. They don't ever seem to try to limit insiders. I mean, they went out and got Shams when Woj quit, but I think if they would have had them both in-house, they wouldn't have gotten rid of one, if you know what I mean. I could be wrong. David could totally disagree with me, but I think that they want as many insiders as they can get.
I also think that Rappaport's 10 years younger. And I think, the Schefter has even talked about it. It's a hard job. It's 24/7, 365. Okay. You have to take those phones with you, even when you're at the amusement park or what have you. And he's talked about a shelf life. The other thing is they get their information from different people. And if you're ESPN, you can't have enough NFL information. think about what we talked about there.
Journalism, both segments.
No. I missed the middle. Before we did the Rossini journalism segment at the end, that middle segment in the 7 o'clock hour, the short segment. Forgot what we talked about.
This is why I asked you to do it, because I've already forgotten.
Yeah. Oh no, I forget right after we do it.
It's a great question, Canada Relief. There's no answer to that question yet. There may be, and there'll be an answer at some point early next week. David's going to take the weekend and think about it, talk to his insiders, and get back to me. Yeah, it's a new add-on from StreamYard, DTW. I saw it, I think, Monday morning. I'm like, what are these widgets? And that was one of the widgets. I'm sorry. What? I don't know what you mean there, JFT Transit. That can't work technology. What can I work? What did I do wrong today? Please inform me. We can always talk. This is a talk show. Ambien, I literally, Canada Relief just asked that and I just answered it. I literally, you seem more fascinated with you typing than listening. It's like I have my mother here with me. We will answer that question on Monday.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Kyle Youmans, who covers the Cowboys, he'll join us. They're one of the 5 teams, along with the Jets, the Browns, the Dolphins, and the Chiefs, who have 2 first-round picks. They're the only one right now that there are rumors that they may be really aggressive in moving up. Lots of talk of teams who wouldn't mind moving back a few spots, but there's talk that the Cowboys may be very aggressive in getting not only into the top 10, they're at 12 and 20, but maybe even the top 5.
It's fascinating to me, David, because yes, if it's Arizona, that's one thing. But the teams that I look at that I think in the top 10, that it would be, if I were trading down, it would be the Giants and it would be Washington. Those are the teams that I'm actually kind of looking at that I think could trade down. Washington doesn't have a second round pick. They need a lot of help. As you know, the Giants have a lot of holes to fill as well. Obviously both teams in the same division. So would something like that happen? Just quickly, David, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. My Colorado source informed me since Seth went Tyrone Braxton, apparently he obtained a PhD and is now a mental health specialist in Denver. Little follow-up for you.
Cool.
And by my source in Denver, it's a guy from Colorado that texts the show. It's just that it's a 303 area code, and I know where that is. that's as far as I go.
Well, we're continuously doing R&D here on Miller and Moulton. So there's a story that's out there that, quite frankly, is not coming from the mainstream golf media. But there's been reporting in the last 12 to 18 hours by a couple of blogs, a couple of golf sources that are, not Bob Harrig from Sports Illustrated, if you know what I mean, but they do cover the sport. They just cover it differently, not traditionally. And they're saying there's going to be a bombshell announcement, and that's the word that everybody has picked up and used, bombshell announcement from LIV as soon as today that they're done. They folded up shop. There was even reporting from some of these non-traditional sources saying that, people didn't get paid the last time they were supposed to get paid. Now, I will say, anybody from LIV play well at Augusta? Anybody from LIV in a good mood at Augusta? Okay, which there's been some of that reporting that some of the top players know. So we'll see if the non-mainstream golf media was first. It's kind of like when TMZ reports something. It's not mainstream. How many times has TMZ been wrong? Like twice. I mean, they're often first when they report on a story, and they're more right, quite frankly, than I think traditional media.
I mean, I will say, and Sonny pointed it out, he beat me to it in the chat room, but Hatton played pretty damn well, and he's a live guy. He was the only one. But Rahm was bad. DeChambeau didn't make the cut. Sergio had a breakdown on the course over the weekend, which he apologized for profusely and, ripped himself pretty good, which I think he had to. But neither here nor there.
We'll see. Could you humor me for a moment? What do you do if you're the PGA Tour and it's true?
Well, see, then you can go all Tom Watson. I thought what the tour did in offering the top players their out, and they ended up getting Koepka back, but they offered the same thing to Rahm and DeChambeau. That would have severely damaged Live Golf. I mean, DeChambeau's that's a name.
Yeah.
His YouTube, he has a following. People like him now. It is one of the great transformations in sport I've ever seen. Since I've been doing this, David, you and I have been together for nearly 20 years, and I did about a year and a half on my own. So I've been doing sports talk radio in Florida for over 20 years. I did it for about a year in North Carolina before I moved to Florida. And all of the time that I've done sports talk radio, I can't recall a turnaround from black hat to white hat, if you will, like Bryson DeChambeau. Nobody liked the guy. Nobody. And now they love him. Never seen anything like it. And I do think the tour could use him. I do. Rory's polarizing. People like him, don't like him. The best player on tour, which might be Rory right now, but if it's not, it's Scheffler, has the personality of a bar of soap. And I like Scotty Scheffler. The guy can play. He's great, but he's, we just came from watching a generation of Tiger Woods get excited when he won. You don't know whether Scheffler finishes first or 40th after a tournament, for crying out loud. I don't think that's good for the tour. DeChambeau has that energy. So I think that would have been big. Rahm internationally would have been big, and it would have crushed Live Golf. But if Live goes away, and
Right.
Tom Watson, why I mentioned that, he was the one at the Masters that said he wouldn't have thrown the caveat out for Koepka. He thinks they should be suspended, done for life. He hates everything about the guys that left.
Right. The only, hand that Watson extended, he said, okay, I actually would have had a lifetime ban, but if you want them back, they need to earn their way. They need to go on the Corn Ferry Tour and qualify to be a member of the PGA Tour again. Okay. That's obviously not what happened. It's not what's going to happen. Just, in our remaining moments here before we talk Cowboys, if you're the PGA Tour and later this week, as you're at a signature event, by the way, where did you get the idea for signature events? Where did you get the idea to raise all the money? I mean, the irony is the PGA Tour is the way it is today because of Live.
There's no doubt, but that would be like the NFL saying we put a replay
Right.
or something in because the UFL or
Exactly.
that other league, they just
right,
won't.
or ACC football, right? They'll never
Right.
do it.
Exactly.
But what do you do? Okay,
I would let him back in. But David, here's the thing: they don't have any access to the signature events maybe for a year, because what could that tour use? Their non-signature events to get a boost. To get a boost in TV revenue or TV audience, and a boost in on-course spectator involvement. I think it would be a boon if all of a sudden some of these lower events had DeChambeau and Rahm at them.
Well, but they can't treat them better than they treated Patrick Reed. Can the PGA Tour? I mean,
no, they can't. I would, but they can't.
Right. So does that mean that DeChambeau and Rahm are eligible for the PGA Tour in mid-April next year? Because Reed didn't play this year in LIV. His last event was late August. And so for whatever reason, PGA Tour said a year from that, Reed is eligible late August to come back to the PGA Tour. And he will.
I'd let him on the DP World Tour or the Corn Ferry Tour for the rest of the year, because there is a way. If you win, 2 Corn Ferry events in a row, you're automatically on the PGA Tour. These guys might do that. They might not. But I would let him on either of those tours immediately. I'd let him back in the non-signature events. Maybe not as a tour member, but as a restricted tour member. You know what I'm getting at here.
Right. Funny thing is, if this story's true, I still don't think Rahm's going to pay the fine to be eligible for the European Ryder Cup team. I really don't. It's a whole other story. Miller and Moulton. Kyle Youmans covers the Cowboys. He'll join us next. Jake Chapman, radio voice of the Orlando Magic. They're in a play-in game in Philadelphia tonight. If they win, they're the 7 seed. He'll join us at the top of the hour.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have got to get up more during the show. This chair is killing. I mean, I got to say, JFT, you come in and you speak a lot, and I ask you to tell me what it is, and then you don't answer. That kind of it kind of ruins the point of what we're trying to do here. You want to attack me, go right ahead. But when I ask you what it is you have a problem with and you don't answer, okay, whatever. Just seems like you're trolling then.
Robes, it was Reggie Cobb and a date rape drug. And he was under investigation for it, and they played him anyway. And I knew he was being investigated for something, but I didn't know what it was for. And we had somebody at the game who knew. It helped get the head coach fired too, which I was not trying to do. But
No, well, I mean, then they didn't listen to the comment. I was talking to Ambient, who literally typed the same thing that Canada Relief did, and I answered Canada Relief, and then he types the same thing. So I don't know how that's a technological problem with me, but I don't know. I know you got the LOL, so I don't know if that's sarcasm. I can't tell.
it's not the Jotharian. It's not the one that made it to the NFL. So it was somebody else, same name, lower level of football.
Kyle's ready to go.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you, Rick.
That would be early, Sonny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Jake Chapman joins us then, the radio voice of the Orlando Magic. They've got a play-in game tonight in Philadelphia. They win, they're in the playoffs as the 7th seed in the East, and they'll face Boston. Lose, and then they'll host a winner-go-home game Friday night against Charlotte. Kyle Youmans is kind enough to join us right now. He's been working the Cowboys beat for about 7-8 years now, play-by-play of North Texas football, host of the Talking Cowboys podcast, has done extensive draft coverage every year on the Cowboys. Follow Kyle on X at Kyle_Youmans, YOUMANS. Kyle, it's David and Mark. How are you?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Thanks for having me again.
Well, we're thrilled to have you. Well, obviously, we're intrigued in the teams that have 2 first-round picks. Cowboys have 12 and 20. There's a lot of noise that if anybody's going to be aggressive and trade up and maybe into the top 5, it's the Cowboys. Do you think there's any there?
I definitely do. Just from being around the building and seeing the scenarios that are working out among mock drafts, but also just what the general consensus is around the league. Dallas sitting at 12 would normally be a premium spot for Dallas, but they're looking to completely revamp and rebuild a defense that last year was the worst in the National Football League. So with that being said, they need cornerstone pieces. They have a couple guys on the interior defensive line, and then you could argue at edge rusher they have some young talent, and that's about it. It's linebacker, corner, safety. All of these things are a need for Dallas and new defensive coordinator Christian Parker. So they want to go defensive heavy with the 12th overall pick and the 20th overall pick. Well, there have been scenarios and there have been some mock drafts out there that have had the Cowboys looking up at 12 and not having a playmaker available because the draft goes so defensive heavy 1 through 11, or really 2 through 11, because Mendoza is probably the consensus pick at number 1. So the fact that Dallas is a team that the league sees as a possible trade up candidate is par for the course because of what Dallas is seeing. They don't want to be left on the outside looking in at some of these premium draft prospects on the defensive side of the football if they were to stay put and pick at 12 and at 20.
And I guess I just, my thinking's differently because I think there will be quality players there. There's a lot of safeties at 20. I think they could get a good corner at, one of the 2 premium corners at 12. But who is it that you're hearing that they're so intrigued by? Because they don't have a 2nd round pick. So to make this move, they're sacrificing their draft if they go up, right?
It depends on where they go up to. If they go all the way up to 3, then I think they're targeting one of those premium edge rushers. Most likely it would be a David Bailey out of Texas Tech. That would kind of be the guy, or maybe Arvell Reese isn't the selection for the Jets at 2. They pick Bailey. Maybe Dallas feels like Arvell Reese fits the mold, and they go up and get him at the number 3 spot. That would sacrifice their draft. If they were to have to go from 12 and probably 12 and 20 to go up to 3, that would sacrifice anything that they've got moving forward. But if they were to trade with Cleveland at 6, or Kansas City has been a popular name among Cowboys fans as well, at 9, then they would get a either late 1st round pick in return if it's from Kansas City. They would basically swap 12 and 20 for 9 and 24. Then if you're going to 6 and you're going up to get Cleveland's pick, the math would work out to where Dallas would get 6 and 39 while Cleveland gets 12 and 20. So you would still get to pick once in the 1st, once in the 2nd, once in the 3rd, even in that scenario as well. But I think the biggest thing for Dallas is they're looking up at those names. You mentioned it. They could see Mansour Delane out of LSU fall to 12. They could see Jermon McCoy fall to 12, even though I think Cowboys fans and maybe even Cowboys front office personnel are a little skeptical on drafting Jermon McCoy out of Tennessee just because of his ACL injury and his recent medical red flags, because that would add another medical red flag cornerback to a cornerback room that's already littered with those types of guys that have struggled either recently with injury or are actually coming off of major injury or surgery this offseason. So it would just add another problem to a room full of possible problems. So I think that's the hope, is that a Mansour Delane falls. They don't expect the edge rushers to fall. They don't expect Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of Ohio State, or Caleb Downs, the safety out of Ohio State, to fall. And then if that's the case, those are names that they feel really confident could be starters on their defense right now. They want to come away with a starting caliber player in round one, and they don't necessarily want to take a ton of risks on it either.
You know, they could be pretty surgical, though. You know, what do you have to add to 12 to move up to 9? All right. You know, and then at 20, they're probably looking for a safety, and they're worried about the Vikings at 18 taking Thieneman. So, you know, once again, I mean, they could probably get their impact defensive player, whether he's a corner or a linebacker, okay, or defensive lineman, just if they moved up a little bit, and then they could probably get their safety also if they just moved up a little bit. I mean, they need multiple players, though. I mean, Kyle, I'm not a Cowboys fan, but if I was, I'd be like, hey, we need like 6 new defensive players. You can't sacrifice the draft for one guy, and you're sacrificing the draft for essentially a guy who you think is the guy that you traded to Green Bay last year. I mean, if they go all in to get to 3, Kyle, I got to be honest, are Cowboy fans going to be happy for that?
I think they'll be excited about the pick, but I think most would probably err on the side of you. And I do too, to be completely honest. I don't think the conversation should start at 3. As much as I love David Bailey, and as much as I think he's going to be a playmaker at the next level, or even Reuben Bain Jr. out of Miami, I think there are options for you at 6 and 9 that don't force you to wager the rest of the draft. And if you're not wagering the rest of the draft, that's how you build a defense, because they are not just one player away. They are multiple players away from being contenders. Are they as far off as the numbers may have suggested last year? Maybe. I don't think they are. I think they have some cornerstone possible pieces. And then should health remain in their favor in a couple of areas, most likely corner and edge rusher, then I think they're feeling pretty good about what they've got going into 2026, even without the draft. So it's all a question mark over health in certain areas, talent in the other areas. And if that's the case, I need multiple picks. So even if they're going to trade up, I'm okay with trading up to 6. I'm okay with trading up to 9, because you still get to pick multiple points in the draft, and you don't necessarily lose what we like to call on our draft show podcast a dart for the dartboard. But you don't lose a dart. You just have to step a few feet back and throw it again, which if you feel confident about the pool of players that you're going to select, or just as confident about the pool of players that you're going to select from at 20 as you do at 24 or 39, which on my board, there's not a ton of separation from 20 to 40 in this draft. I think it's a conglomerate of players that could really go anywhere from 20 to 40. Where it really gets tough is 1 through 10. And Dallas is just trying to get in and play some ball 1 through 10. And I think that's where they're okay. I don't want them to wager their draft to go too far up. So 3 is a fun conversation, I think, for the headlines and for the clicks and for just the sake of it, because an edge rusher is so valuable to what Christian Parker's trying to do in year 1 as the defensive coordinator. I don't think it's worth wagering your draft for when there are other talented players in other spots to fill.
You know, 2 of the teams, and this isn't research from their beat writers, this is just me going through the draft and looking at what team needs. 2 of the teams that I kind of had circled that I would trade down if I were them are the Giants and Washington. Would Dallas make a move with a team in the division? Or would they make one with Dallas, if you know what I mean?
Well, if you remember just a couple of years ago, you mentioned Micah Parsons. Excuse me. If you remember Micah Parsons in the draft that he had, or that Dallas selected him in, they traded from 10 to 12 with Philadelphia. So they made a move with Philadelphia, which is their number one arch rival. As long as it made sense for both sides, they made the deal, and it ended up working out for Philly, for Philly and for Dallas, for that matter, that year. So I don't think they're against it. The problem is a lot of the players that Dallas would be targeting at 5 and at 7 are probably the same players that New York or Washington would draft if they do stay put. So Sonny Styles or maybe a Mansour Lane. You could maybe see a wide receiver going to Washington just because they need a weapon outside of their number one guy this past year. So I think there are options for Dallas. I still tend to lean toward Cleveland as the most likely, but I don't think it's out of the ordinary for them to possibly trade within the division. They just know that they're going to pay a little bit more of a tax, I think, than most other teams would in order to go up and trade with a divisional foe.
Kyle Youmans, Cowboys Television, play-by-play North Texas Sports, co-host of the Talking Cowboys podcast, does extensive draft analysis. Follow him on X at Kyle_Youmans, YOUMANS. Is the wide receiver going to be a problem with the tag, or is he going to be able to live with it? Because what's it, $28 million? I mean, I could live with it, but can Pickens?
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. I might be in the minority here just because I think most Cowboys fans and most in the general beat probably see the same agent as last year in the Micah Parsons negotiation, David Mogoleta. They may see the fact that George Pickens has a little bit of a history of being at least a concern from a locker room standpoint in Pittsburgh. He was never that in Dallas. And honestly, I think he understands the value of what he has here. I think he understands the value of being a part of the franchise, first off. I think he knows the value of playing with a capable quarterback like Dak Prescott. And we saw that with his numbers last year. So there's a little bit more leverage on the side of Dallas, at least in this negotiation, than there was last year. Do I think it could turn into an issue? Yes, I think it could. But just right now, I feel more optimistic than most that he will either end up playing on the tag or he'll get a deal done. The tag makes him wide receiver 15 in terms of contracts in the NFL this season. So is he a top 15 wide receiver in the NFL? I think over the course of his career, you could argue that he is. His numbers certainly showed it this past year. He was a top 5 wide receiver this past year. But teams want to see more consistency before there's any other leverage that is issued to George Pickens' side, because it's a non-exclusive tag, meaning George Pickens and his party can go and negotiate with other teams, or at least to see what the market would look like outside of a tag situation. And based on the conversation, even that Stephen Jones had on our flagship station down here in Dallas yesterday, he said there hasn't been a ton of league-wide conversation when it comes to George Pickens. So that means the leverage still remains on the side of Dallas. It's just whether or not George Pickens wants to be wide receiver 15 for 1 year and set himself up for success to maybe be a top 5 receiver in the future.
All right, I'm with you that it's going to be a lot of defensive guys. We got a couple of minutes left. Dream scenario, if they cannot make a trade, who's the dream scenario that's there for Dallas at 12? Is it Bain slipping, or is there somebody else that you could see sliding that if they can't get a trade with Cleveland or Kansas City, that they can still jump up and down at 12?
Yeah, realistically, I think it would be Mansour Lane, the LSU corner. He kind of fits what Dallas wants on the outside. He's a starting caliber ready player now. And I think it's likely that he could slip. There's only a couple of landmines that Dallas has to navigate through in order for him to fall to 12, as opposed to Sonny Styles or Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain would be great. I think the arm length is concerning. I don't think it's concerning enough for Dallas or for myself, really, because his tape is incredible. And he still looks like a player that could really be a tremendous day one pro. I do think Mansour Lane is more likely to fall than Bain. So I'll say it's him instead, because they would rather some of these other players like Caleb Downs, Styles, or Bain, but Delane is probably the most likely.
Check them out. Cowboys Television, Talking Cowboys podcast. Follow him on X, Kyle Youmans, at Kyle_YOUMANS. Hey, thanks for doing this. We appreciate it. And maybe we can hook up again right after the draft.
Yeah, sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Kyle Youmans, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. All guests on Miller and Moulton join us courtesy of the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy to slide, doesn't it mean that your Giants go? You've mentioned offensive tackle. Doesn't it mean that 2 tackles go in the top 10 along with the quarterback and the running back, and there's only a wide receiver? Now you got 5 offensive guys in the first 10.
Yeah, the Cowboys need 2 tackles, the running back, the quarterback. That leaves 7 defensive guys possibly taken before them.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bleezy. I mean, I know I wouldn't. Let's just, if you're the Cowboys, who falls to you? A quarterback, a running back, at least one offensive tackle, and I say one other offensive player, whether it's 2 tackles, whether it's a wide receiver. So I think 4 offensive players go in the top 11. So let's start counting the defensive players. Reese, Bailey, Styles, Downs. The word I hear is he doesn't make it out of the top 10. You know, if you go Bain, that's 5. You probably lose a corner. That's 6. So that's why if you're Dallas, I do think you gotta be surgical here. I think you got to get to, it is interesting because Kansas City's got what 9 and 29, something like that. And you're at 10 and 20 or 12 and 20. Can you do that trade straight up? Kansas City loses 3 spots early, but they gain 9 spots late. So do we take the poll question down? Okay. Jake?
Morning.
Morning, Jake.
What's up, guys?
David and Mark, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
You hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Thanks for doing this.
You bet.
So what'd you eat last night?
Well, last night I went to the Flyers game. My sister lives out here with her family, and my nephew
cool.
plays hockey. And it was like the 3rd time this year that he got to skate on the ice at intermission during a Flyers game. And he was in goal, and he had a couple saves. He had one 5-holed him, but he did pretty good. So it was fun. So I was in the same place I'll be tonight, and I had pizza and a hot dog and a pretzel. So I got after it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, or the pro hour as we call it, since we're in Jacksonville and Tampa, St. Pete. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He's the radio voice of the Orlando Magic. He joins us from Philadelphia, getting ready to call the Magic and the Sixers tonight. He's Jake Chapman. You can follow him on X at Jake Chapman OM. Jake Chapman ON. Jake, it's David and Mark. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Morning, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Well, we're fine. We have been frustrated by the Magic all year. Okay. Then they get it going late. But then they lost in Boston, and not the Boston starters. Is that going? This game should be in Orlando. I know you got to see family last night. You had a good time, a hot dog, pizza, the whole deal. But this game really should be in Orlando, shouldn't it?
No, understood. It should be. And hopefully hopefully that registers. And look, if you can win this game tonight, it'll be the first play-in, playoff, postseason, whatever you want to call it, game on the road that this team has won, this group under Jamal Mosley. So with Paulo, with Franz, Jalen. Obviously, Desmond Bain has been in different situations before in his time in Memphis, but I think that would be a big hurdle to get over. I think that would be a sign of growth. That if there has been growth this year, it's been side to side, one step forward, a couple steps back, and a couple shuffles to the left or right. But this team, at the very least, still has an opportunity to do something that they haven't done. Still has an opportunity to give themselves a test, a chance in a best-of-7 series against potentially Boston, or if you push your luck and press it to Friday and then able to steal the 8 seed, then it would be Detroit. But hopefully that was a bit of a wake-up call. It's been a season of hoping that you had the wake-up call, and the team has responded all year long. But you're right. It felt like you were building some momentum with that 5-game winning streak, and then it was dashed on Sunday. I don't think there's any way to skip over Sunday and try to build on the things you were building before that game. In this league, you're only as good as your last performance, and that was a rough one on Sunday, especially in the third quarter of that game in Boston.
And just looking at, and I know the Vegas odds don't matter, but when I looked, I'm like, I thought with no Embiid, I thought Orlando would be favored in this game. I don't know if that's just a representation of what happened on Sunday, but on paper, isn't Orlando better than this Philadelphia team?
It's a fair question. I was a little bit surprised. I think it's a 1.5,
2.5. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
It's 2.5. So I guess that's probably close enough to just being at home. I don't know what that would look like if we were at Kia Center, but I think it would be either a push or reversed. The bottom line is they've got a 2-1 season series record over us. Tyrese Maxey has been an absolute monster. In the 3 games against us, he's averaging 30 points a game. We've had trouble keeping him out of the paint, and it was the same thing the first time we saw VJ Edgecombe, and we didn't see Paul George in that first matchup up there in Philadelphia, where they absolutely waxed us. We came back a month later and waxed them. Both of those outcomes, because they were so long ago, feel like maybe we sort of toss them out. But I think I get it. The bottom line is, before that 5-game win streak, which we stacked up against a whole bunch of teams that had no interest in winning, to be frank, there was a 6-game losing streak. And so really for the last 3 weeks, a month or so, and then of course that was preceded by a winning streak as well. So this team is hot and cold. And every NBA game feels like a game of runs. This season has felt like a game of streaks for this Magic team. And so hopefully you kind of get it rolling forward in the same direction. Bottom line is, guys, for the last month, the defense has not been as consistent as it needs to be. And so whenever we're having conversations about effort or, we need to put more in, and those sort of conversations post-game, which whenever you're talking about the E word, there's problems, I think. But it usually just boils down to how much work are we putting in on the defensive end. And when this team defends like a top 10 team in the NBA, they can hang with just about anybody. But if they're not on it tonight with this Philadelphia group and with the speed that they present on the perimeter, and then, of course, some of the problems Paul George can present in ISO situations, just period. He's been a really good scorer at all 3 levels for the entirety of his career. It's going to boil down to that. And so I think that comes from maybe a little bit of a lack of confidence in the consistency of the Magic's defense right now.
Jake Chapman, radio voice of the Magic. Follow him on X, Jake Chapman OM. Jake Chapman OM. Yeah, what's gone on with the Magic defensively this year? The one thing, Mosley's the defensive guy. Defense hasn't been the problem. If we go back 6 months and I told you Bain was going to play as well as he has played, we're talking top 4 seed in the East. I'm a contender. What has happened to this defense?
I think it's, and it may sound like an excuse, but I do think the injuries have taken its toll on the team collective defense. Because the bottom line is this: when you miss Franz Wagner for 50 games, not only are you missing what Franz brought defensively, but you're having to bring along the next, whoever steps up. And so if that's Anthony Black, if that's Tristan da Silva, both very talented young defensive players. I think Tristan's a little more solid on that end. AB is athletically capable of great things defensively, and he is a very good young defensive player. Sometimes there's a little bit more slippage there. But then the real impact, in my opinion, is then the ripple effect on down the roster. Then who's in the second unit when it's supposed to be Anthony Black and Tristan Silva? They're in the starting lineup. So now you're playing guys who are, ideally, if you had health throughout the year, who are, guys 12 and 13 as far as the rotation goes. Now they become guys 7 and 8 as far as the rotation goes. And so I do think, today's NBA it's the weakest link era as far as defenses go. And teams are smart enough that they're going to put you in whatever action the worst defender on the floor is going to be targeted. And so that's something that I think we've seen at times, as far as the second unit struggling to sort of hold their own on that end of the floor. And then I also think, look, 2 years ago, you had a young group. Everything was it was just blind optimism, and it was just whatever success you end up with, that's a positive. We're moving in the right direction. Expectations ask for a little bit more. And so I think when everything is kind of blue skies and all we're trying to do is get better every day, then that's one thing. When, hey, it's a failure if you don't finish with the top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference, I think that changes the calculus a little bit. And so certainly I think there's collective failure on the defensive side of the ball this year. And I think a lot of factors have gone into that. And the frustrating part is that you see the fastball at times. It's in there. You could go a weekend where you say, okay, that looked pretty good against Chicago. And then 48 hours later, you're losing to Luka Garza and Ron Harper Jr. And so the frustrating part is the lack of consistency, but I think the encouraging part is that it's in there. They just got to summon it, and they haven't done that enough consistently over the course of the season.
If I were to just say Maxi's going to get his, because we know he's a talented scorer, and you brought up all the things, the speed, the way to get to the paint. Maxi gets his. Orlando still wins if?
Maxi gets his. The Magic still win if they don't turn the ball over. If they generate some offense that is not against a set defense, we need to get some easy buckets. And Anthony Black helps a lot in that regard. And when I say easy buckets, the way that we get them typically is layups in transition. I'm not crazy about us pulling up for too many threes in transition. It's just not necessarily our nature. We need to figure out a way to force misses and turnovers and get out and run and get to the basket and generate free throws and generate layups and shots at the rim. And so to me, it's a matter of, I think Maxi can get his 30, and I think you can absolutely limit everybody else. You want to make sure it's not a Grimes or an Oubre or one of these guys making 5 or 6 threes. That's been an issue in the past, letting those role players make big impacts on games. But for us offensively, we've got to share the basketball, and we got to get some easy looks. And we're at our best when our defense is informing and helping our offense, and we're generating some stuff off of that.
There's noise in the system. There's open talks about certain players not getting along with the coach. Coach has now been there for a while, needs to show some playoff success. Do you think the noise in the system has affected this team?
That's a good question, David. I think it's impossible to ignore it. I think noise, like I said before, is, and I remember talking to you guys a year ago about this very thing. Once expectations happened after the Desmond Bane trade, that was sort of the trigger, right? Once expectations happen, then either you rise and you meet them, or the finger of blame gets pointed. And so I understand that when you're talking about an NBA team, the head coach is the first to shoulder that blame. And I think that's fair to some extent, but I also think there have been numerous instances this year where, you go into Toronto and you can't get the ball past half court because of the pressure they're deploying. Well, that was in the game plan. I know it was, because he told us when he addressed the media pregame. It's got to be a level of of accepting your responsibility if you're a starter on an NBA team, if you're a player who's making X amount of money. So I think, the players deserve blame for whatever set of expectations you've come under. I think the coaches do too. I think it's on down the line. With that said, I think everybody is sort of crystal clear about what happens in this league when expectations aren't met. And so I think some of that pressure is kind of boiling over right now. Look, within the locker room, the frustrations are just about not winning games. And I think there's, I'm sure everybody has an opinion on how the team should be run. And obviously in the moment there's often comments about communication or things like that, or effort and things that you don't necessarily want to hear about. But I think the players are smart enough to know that it's a good enough team and a good enough group of players that they should be better than they've been thus far this year. And there's still an opportunity to be. But noise is a function of expectations. And so in some ways, I would be a little bit more concerned if the players weren't frustrated and if the coach wasn't frustrated, because it has been, up to this point, a disappointing season.
We'll have a good call tonight. Hope you're headed to Boston. If not, you're headed back home for a winner-go-home game against Charlotte.
We're coming back home no matter what. If we win tonight,
Gotcha.
we're coming back home, thankfully, and then we'll be in Boston on Sunday.
Jake Chapman, the radio voice of the Orlando Magic. Magic in Philly tonight. Winners the 7th seed. Loser hosts Charlotte to try to be the 8th seed on Friday. Follow Jake on X at Jake Chapman OM, Jake Chapman ON. Jake, thanks a lot. Have a good call.
Thanks, guys.
Jake Chapman, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. So there.
Your
Fired
roof
up.
is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Well, Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That was cool for Jake. That worked out well.
Mm-hmm.
Could see his sister, nephew. Entertaining Flyers game last night.
His sister obviously does well because they can afford for their kid to be a goalie.
Right. And get on the ice. Mark, you got your draft stuff handy?
I do.
So if you're the Cowboys, let's just say 4 offensive players are taken before you.
Well,
Running
and I
back-
mean, there's a potential of 5. 2 tackles, running back, quarterback, receiver.
Right. But how about
That's the dream scenario.
Right. Let's play it safe though and say 4. Go.
Okay, so I would say it's tackle, receiver, running back, quarterback, but that's
Okay.
just me.
And so that means you got 7 other defensive spots
Right.
for you. So we go Reese, Bailey, Styles, Downs, Bain.
Right.
Okay. The top corner, Delaney there.
Yep.
6. That's 6. Talk me. Who else we got?
I mean, you got McCoy, the other corner.
Okay.
On my list, I don't think he's as high on most. I think this guy has this guy rated very high. He's got that Falk from Oregon as the 4th edge.
Okay.
Way ahead of Mesidor, by the way. Way ahead, like on his top 100. In fact, he has the Toledo safety and the San Diego State corner ahead of Mesidor.
Okay. And I guess what I'm asking is if you're Dallas, we rattled off those 6. Can you live with the other guys that you started mentioning? Or are you like, I gotta get to 9? I gotta talk Cincy into making a trade that they never make, and they need defense too.
I think what he talked about is Kansas City.
Right.
And here's the thing. Just play that. I'll be Dallas, David. In that same scenario happens. So, I mean, we already know that Reese and Bailey are gone. Let's just say, for sake of argument, Styles goes to your Giants.
Or to Washington. I don't think he gets past Washington.
Okay, so Styles and Downs go to, there, I mean, so if you're Kansas City, Cincinnati more than likely is picking D. If you're Kansas City at 9, are you really going to trade with Dallas and not get Bain?
Well, and
or Delane, the corner. I mean, that I get it from Dallas's standpoint, but Kansas City needs impact defensive players too, and Cincinnati's going to take one.
Well, that's why if I'm Dallas, I think I'm targeting Cleveland because Cleveland's going offense.
And they can still get a tackle at 12.
They can get anything at 12.
But,
right.
Yeah, I mean, we think they need a tackle first. Maybe
yes.
not.
Yes.
But tackle or receiver at 12, they're fine.
Totally. In fact, I think they could trade down again if somebody wanted to move up for Sadiq. Okay.
And I don't know if someone will move that far up for Sadiq, but we'll see. Yeah, you're right, Tretherian. They do like to.
Tretherian, I think Thieneman at 12 is too high. The highest I've seen him go is 15. Minnesota at 18, replacing Harrison Smith.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. It is all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Little draft talk during the break there. We were pretending we were the Cowboys. Where do we have to move to get what it is we want to get? All right. So that's kind of what you're getting for the next 8 days if you dial us up on Twitch or YouTube.
And we came to the conclusion, both of us together, that if the Cowboys indeed are going to move up, it's got to be to Cleveland. The 2 scenarios that were drawn out there when we were talking Cowboys were good scenarios. Cleveland and Kansas City both have 2 first-round picks. In essence, they could just switch their picks. I mean, that numbers-wise, that works.
Now, if I was Cleveland, I got 6-24, you got 12-20, I wouldn't make that deal. Kansas City is more interesting. They've got 9, and is it like 29?
Yes, it's exactly
Okay.
what it is, David.
And so that's interesting. If you have 9-29, I got 12-20, and I say, want to trade, want to flip?
But if Kansas City wants an impact defensive player, which is what you and I think that they need and want, David,
right?
Why do you make that move if you're the Chiefs?
But the good thing is, if you're the Chiefs, you can also take an offensive tackle. You could take a wide receiver. All right. And you could get probably both at 12. So this is if this is the stuff you need to be into if you're going to enjoy this draft. Because that's what this draft is going to be. I think there's going to be over under, what was it last year? 5, 6? I think there will be more trades in the first round this year. I don't know if it'll be as sexy as moving into the top 5 to give it up a first round pick next year like Jacksonville did. But for what it's worth, Mark, I think we're going to have more trades.
6 was last year. And David, I know your point about Cleveland. I want more. If I'm Kansas City, I want more too.
Okay.
I guess I'm just not of the opinion as someone, if I were a GM, I am not going to, if it seems to be equal with the 2 picks, the 9-29 versus the 12-20. Yeah, I need more. Sorry, I'm not letting you come up there to get a guy that I might be interested in. And I guess that because if you're convinced that you can still get your guy at 12, then you want to at least feel like you want, even if I think the Cowboys have 3/5.
Well, and maybe the late 3rd round pick that they have, they can throw that in and that'll make the deal. But hey, a list came out from Rolling Stone magazine. They listed the 50 best bands of all time. Who do you think was number 1?
If it's not Led Zeppelin, the list is invalid.
Led Zeppelin's number 5.
Okay.
The Beatles were number 1. The Stones were number 2. U2, Pink Floyd.
U2 over Led Zeppelin. That's the funniest thing I've heard today.
So that's the top 5. The Who was 6th. Radiohead, Nirvana, The Velvet Underground, The Doors. That's your top 10.
These are the best bands of all time?
All time.
Okay. Like most influential, Velvet Underground makes the list. Best band of all time, that's laughable.
Okay.
Laughable.
Okay.
It just is.
So REM 17th, The Police 16th, The Beach Boys 14th, by the way. The Beach Boys. Metallica 25th, Pearl Jam 27th, Guns N' Roses 28th, AC/DC 37th. This is very interesting. They put The Cure in the top 50. Black Sabbath 39th. Sex Pistols 40. Ramones 43. Allman Brothers 45. CCR 47th. Chili Peppers 48. Dire Straits 49. And Franz Ferdinand rounds out the top 50.
Whew. I was in a pretty good mood up until you did that to me, David.
I'm sorry.
I was in a pretty good mood. But, I mean, the fact that U2's ahead of Led Zeppelin is laughable to me. Laughable. And I understand Joshua Tree is one of the best-selling albums and one of the more biggest albums of all time. But to say that U2 is a better band than Led Zeppelin cracks me up. And I like U2.
Do you think it was because of longevity?
Well, if that's the case, the Velvet Underground had one album. I mean, that it makes no sense. I mean, to have the Sex Pistols had one album, to have them ahead of a band like the Ramones is funny to me. Influence, different. Best band. I mean, they're trying to combine everything into one. So
Right.
I don't, you can't have a different criteria for every band on the list. But, you know, I think Rolling Stone lost their edge a long time ago.
Queen 20th. The Kinks at 24. One spot ahead of Metallica. Most of the late 70s, early 80s super bands, you know, the Kansas, the Boston, the REO Speedwagon, a Journey, they're not in. None of them make the top 50.
Boston I would get. If Kansas was on it, I'd get sick to my stomach. But that's all right. I mean, hey, in the Rolling Stone, they are, they're trying to get clicks. They're trying to do their thing. They jumped the shark about 20 years ago for me. So I don't put the faith in them that I once did when I was in college, and looking forward to getting that magazine on a weekly basis to check the list on the back of who the top 20 alternative songs were, albums were at the time. But
well, here's my big beef. Van Halen's not in the top 50.
Yeah, I
think it's a top 50 band of all time.
I do too. I think the Allman Brothers being ranked where they are is a disgrace, but that's just me. They never gave Southern rock really much of a. They never really honored that type of music and never liked it. But
no,
Rolling Stone hated Led Zeppelin, so that from the get-go they were never fans of Led Zeppelin.
And they squeezed the Allman Brothers and CCR at 45 and 47. Okay, the Grateful Dead's not on the list. I mean, don't you, when you look at this list and right before you print it, somebody raise their hand and go, the Grateful Dead and Van Halen are not on this list. Are we sure about this, Franz Ferdinand? Are we sure? Cream? Are we sure? Sonic Youth. Are we sure about this? 41st, by the way, Sonic Youth. Primal Scream makes the list.
I didn't hear Soundgarden. There's some great bands that don't make the list. So, but again, that's a magazine to me that jumped the shark. So I don't take a lot what they do very seriously anymore.
I don't have a problem with the Beatles at number 1.
And I get it. It's the Beatles. I mean, people like to just start and end there. I'll take Led Zeppelin. You can have the Beatles.
All right.
I'm listening to one for the rest of the time. It's Led Zeppelin over the Beatles every time for me. And I like the Beatles. I like the Beatles a lot. Rubber Soul's amazing. Amazing.
Miller and Moulton.
Not so amazing.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. This recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility.
The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Dratharian, I would go with best tackle available. I think their offensive line, I mean, they've lost 60% of the best line in the league just 2 seasons ago has lost 3 starters. Deadstroke, Pet Sounds is another one of those albums that's one of the most influential albums of all time. I don't think it's not my cup of tea. I'm not a Beach Boys guy. It's just like Velvet Underground. That's it. You know, they say, what did it sell? Like 5,000 or whatever many copies. If it started 50, it sold 50,000 copies, but started, 100,000 bands or whatever the thing is. The same with the Sex Pistols. That's the biggest punk band of all time. They had one album, one tour, and then Sid Vicious and his girlfriend, and he may have killed her, he may not have, and then he OD'd before he could face trial. So I mean, the tour, like when you read about that tour, it's incredible that they weren't even really allowed to get venues, and they were playing under a pseudonym on their first tour because things were getting destroyed in such a way. But it doesn't mean they're a great band. And that's why if you're going to put, the person says you can't put Cream on there. Well, if you can put Velvet Underground and you can put the Sex Pistols on there, you sure as hell can put Cream on the list. By the way, the pool report said what we talked about. If the play went the other way on a fast break, so they can't review it because play didn't stop and there wasn't a foul call, and they looked at it at halftime, but at that point they can't call a flagrant, so it goes to the league office at that point. For what it's worth, David, last night's Bam Adebayo play.
Okay.
I just read the pool report. If you're Cleveland, I'm just reading a Cleveland.com little article that they're talking about trading with the Cowboys, but they do not have the pick swap of both ones. They just have 6 to 12, throwing in a 5th this year and a 2nd next year for Cleveland. Is that enough? I don't think it is.
So switch and a second next year?
6 to 12, a second, and then I think they threw in another pick this year, late round. I don't think that's enough.
Now the Cowboys don't have a second, but they have a late third, right?
But yeah, it's not the third. It's like a fifth in next year's second.
No
way.
You'd have to throw in this year's third round pick along with next year's second for me to do it. By the way, somebody asked, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young made the list in the 30s.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Had a good show. Seth Everett, Kyle Youmans talking Cowboys, Jake Chapman talking the Magic. If you missed any of it, it'll all get posted midday, millerandmoulton.com.
Reading a quick Cleveland article where the Cleveland beat writer talking about making a trade with the Cowboys. So it's not just the Cowboys talking about coming up to 6. Cleveland actually talking about going down to 12. I mean, that's where, David, that now there's a little smoke. If it's just one team talking, it's just one team talking. When you're starting to see beat reporters from the team they're talking about bringing up the same trade, I think there's a little more there, if you know what I mean.
Well, and also Cleveland's front office has no trouble making draft day trades, including first round draft day trades.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Well, we start today in 1865. We mentioned it yesterday. Lincoln was shot yesterday. He would die today after being shot at the Ford Theater. 1892, the General Electric Company is formed when Edison and J.P. Morgan merged their companies together. The Titanic sinks today after striking the iceberg yesterday. Sesquicentennial Stadium, renamed Philadelphia Municipal Stadium, renamed JFK Stadium, opened today in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Demolished in 92, it had the Tunney Dempsey fight, 41 Army-Navy football games, and the U.S. portion of Live Aid. Jackie Robinson becomes the first African-American to play Major League Baseball today in 1947 for the Dodgers. It was the crux of our poll question today. Ray Kroc opened the first McDonald's fast food restaurant, the McDonald's Inc. fast food restaurant. The original one was in California, but the first franchise opened today in Illinois. Today in 65, the NFL changes. Penalty flags, no longer white, bright gold. I liked the move. 1990, In Living Color premieres on Fox TV. It was a sad day that you will remember when I tell you today in 2011, all you poker players, it was over. Online poker was shut down today in 2011. Today in 2012 at Coachella, a weird one. It's when they had the hologram of Tupac with Snoop and Dre performing. The Boston Marathon bombings were today in 2013, and in 2019, the Cathedral of Notre Dame catches fire in Paris. Da Vinci, Khrushchev, Elizabeth Montgomery, Roy Clark, and Arturo Gatti would have all celebrated birthdays today. Michael Cooper is 70, Chris Stapleton 48, Seth Rogen 44, Antonio Cromartie is 42. We'll find out later if he knows the name of all his children now.
Oh, jeez.
Emma Watson 36, Kate Otten is 27, and gymnast Jordan Childs, even though my wife is not listening, she's 25. What did I miss, David?
You had Jackie Robinson, right?
I did.
Not only debuting today in 47, but then I got to admit, this is one of the greatest things I think Bud Selig did. And then 50 years later, on the anniversary of 97, It's when he retired number 42 across Major League Baseball. I thought it was one of the great things Selig did as commissioner.
Well, that's the wrong one. Hit the right button, dummy.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Did you just go Red Fox?
Yeah, I called myself dummy. Hey, dummy.
You think we could do 50 years later? You think a TV character could, that could be, yeah, you dummy.
I think that part could. The court scene, I don't think could ever be played again. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just do Sanford and Son traffic violation. I think it will come up. We go to Paris for the good, where Ari Hadera, 58-year-old, bought a lotto ticket, sort of. It was an opportunity to get a Picasso for 100 euros. It was a charity raffle, basically 111 American dollars for those of you wanting to do the math at home. And he won the Picasso painting worth $1 million. He's a fan of Picasso, says he's going to keep the painting. When asked what he was going to do, he said, first, I'm going to tell my wife, who has yet to return home from work, and I'll take advantage of it and keep it. If you won a Picasso worth $1 million, how quickly would you sell it, David?
Probably wait no more than 3 days.
I think it would be fantastic to walk into the Moulton home and see a Picasso hanging, because you could imagine it like me, probably somewhere in the dining room with a table full of either clothes, bills, or fast food bags, and then the Picasso all in the same room.
I think it'd be on the floor in the kitchen, and I'd turn the painting around to face the wall. It'd be on the floor, right?
We go to New York for the bad, where a couple whose child had a dispute with another child showed up at school to fight the relative of the kid that was causing the problems, and they brought brass knuckles and a replica handgun. Fernando Cruz and Angel Palmer were both arrested and face charges of second-degree assault. And finally, the ugly, we go to Palm Harbor, Florida, where 5 people suffered injuries while trying to break up a fight between 2 dogs inside of a Walmart. You'll be shocked to know that neither dog was a service dog, and they were not supposed to be in the store. I will say one dog, a terrier mix, took on a Chihuahua mix. 3 store employees and the dog owners suffered minor injuries. David, I quote this part of the story. One person was taken to the hospital for high blood pressure. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, tax day, April the 15th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers, great pay, great benefits, all information, capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Obviously, we've got the 2 NBA games tonight, both on Amazon Prime. Orlando at Philadelphia early. Golden State at the LA Clippers late. Winner of Orlando Philly is the 7 seed. Loser hosts the play-in game on Friday. Losers out in Golden State LA Clippers. Winner goes to Phoenix to try to play their way into the playoffs. 6 NHL games. There's only one that has any playoff significance. Regular season finale in Tampa. Lightning hosting the Rangers. Tampa's already locked in second place in their division. For what it's worth, Panthers hosting Detroit. 2 teams just playing it out. Now there's draft position that is at stake. Certain teams, it'd probably be best if they lost based on how many points they have and where they are in the draft. There's more of that tonight than there is playoff implications. For what it's worth, Dallas and Buffalo's the TNT game early. And I don't know how much any of you have seen the Sabres. Then again, final game of the regular season, I don't know how many of the Stars and Sabres are going to play. I mean, how many would you play if you were their coach and general manager?
Well, they don't typically sit a lot of guys in hockey, though.
No.
They just don't. I mean, you don't, first off, you don't have enough guys to sit out everybody.
Yeah,
But, we did get asked on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, couldn't the Lightning get into a tie for first? Yes. Points-wise, they could tie Buffalo.
Right.
Buffalo owns the tiebreaker. It's over.
With more regulation wins. The only game that has playoff significance tonight is Seattle at Vegas. Vegas, with any points tonight, wins the division. And then they would play, they would play Utah in the playoffs. That's
Right.
the only
Because
NHL
Colorado's
game.
going to play.
Yeah, that mess that is the Pacific Division. Baseball today, 3 afternoon games, but the Marlins are playing tonight in Atlanta. Rays are playing tonight on the south side of Chicago against the White Sox. The Angels-Yankees game is on Amazon. So at the same time,
is that nationally, or is that just one of those local things?
it's listed on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
I mean, can they do the NBA game and the Major League Baseball game at the same time?
Well, yeah, they can, but I just don't know if that's, like the Seattle Kraken had a deal with Amazon Prime. We couldn't watch it in Florida, so I thought it was the same scenario. You know what? I'll find out tonight. I'll check, Dave.
And 10 o'clock tonight, it's Mets and Dodgers. Joe Buck on the call for the Four Letter Network. So he's doing the game with Ron Darling and Oral Hershiser. So I sent him notes about the two of them pitching against each other twice in the 1988 NLCS.
Did you get paid for that?
Did not. No.
You know what I'd do after I sent that if I were you, just for you don't want and giggles? Send him an invoice. and do it for a trivial amount, like $17.40. Something that will get him laughing.
That's hysterical. I think I should do that once with both Buck and Aikman. That's
not so much Aikman.
No, I think.
No.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I think
you get your bread buttered there. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do any. Buck, who cares?
Troy would howl. He would find it hysterical.
I did laugh. I've told you I've been watching Landman, and in the second season, the character, Tommy Norris, the main character there, played by Billy Bob Thornton's at the bar. He's an alcoholic who drinks just beer, and he always drinks Ultra because he says it's not beer. And there's a convention coming in, so they get all these drafts, and he's looking at all the names, and he says, 8. And the bartender says, yeah, that's Troy Aikman's beer. He goes, well, I think I should just have one to honor him. Don't know what he paid to get in that, but it's worth it. Don't know what the cost was there, but that's worth it.
I don't know if there was any cost. All
Ooh,
right.
when is there not a cost to get product placement in a very big show? Wasn't in first episode season 1. It's in the middle of season 2, and that show's a monster.
Yeah.
Product placement in a show like that, I would think costs something.
I'll ask him.
But Jarrah's in season 1. I mean, Jarrah has a scene in season 1. So maybe that's just love of the Cowboys that the show's based in
There
Texas.
you go. Maybe it's just a Dallas and a Texas thing.
But I got a kick out of that 8. That 8 made it in the show. But I'm like, hey, if you paid for it, it's worth it to me.
I sent Troy a text the other day. Probably shouldn't disclose this, but I sent him a text the other day because, he's done some interviews recently about whatever his involvement was in them hiring who they hired.
Oh, yeah.
And I go, I've had fans of other teams, and I'm not talking NFL, say they want to bring you in as a consultant to rearrange their front office. I said,
it was interesting what he said. My knowledge as a broadcaster is something that they either didn't want or didn't have. I mean, it does kind of squash all the Brady stuff right there.
Yeah.
Every bit of it. So if Aikman, if Aikman can do it, Brady can do it, gang. And this is If you're saying that Brady can't and you get up in arms about the Brady thing, that's you having a Brady problem. That's all there is to it.
I think Troy's going to be in the draft room with the Dolphins a week from tomorrow. I think he's just hanging out. Might be watching Landman on a separate TV, but I think he's going to be in the room.
It's McDonald's Day. You've already said you're going for a number 2 after the show. What's the additional item? Is it a double cheeseburger? Is it a 10-piece McNugget? Where do you go with your second big item today, David?
Wow. See, I'm going for an early lunch, and that's probably the hungriest moment for me all day because I've had my bagel at like 5 a.m. So there's a chance, Mark, that there's a good chance that it's a quarter pounder with cheese, a double cheeseburger, and a 10 McNugget. Very good chance. And when they ask what kind of sauce, I say one of each.
You know, I'm not a fan of having to tip at a place like that. And I don't like it when they have jars out at fast food places saying that you should tip. But David, given the fact that you said one of each to the sauces, I think by law you should be required to tip at a place like that.
Absolutely not. My mother does. She makes up for it for me. She tips at all the fast food places. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
EPA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and
The
tourism.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Rick. See you.
Yeah, you bet. See you tomorrow, Mark.